Okay, thank you. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. My name is Neil Harden. I'm chairing today's panel. With me are Carrie Linklater and Kent Seelan. The recording secretary today is Crystal Harland, and the assessor is Svetlana Scheibel. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value reclassification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live stream recorded and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 8 on our docket today. Mrs. Harland, please affirm the assessors and applicants' testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Madam Assessor, would you please state your full name?
Svetlana Scheibel.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, we have a very ambitious agenda for this morning. So I would appreciate if both parties would keep their testimony as concise as possible. So the first item on the first property on today's agenda is 214 McDermott Avenue. Ms. Assessor, you can begin.
File number 24-3600, roll number 13060872000. We assess 2025 assessment years with reference date April 1st, 2023 at 1,372,000. The subject property is office. Built original 1903 with effective years built 97.7. Land area of 2,621 square feet. Plan area and basement area 2,625 square feet. In gross floor area 13,125 square feet. We assess leasable area of 8,725 square feet. It's a subject property located in Exchange District. If you open page 2nd, subject property was sold in June 23, 2027 for 1.5 million. Subject property existing lease, skip the dishes. Lease started in April 2023. for $14 per square foot. The subject property located in downtown. More air photo is site size on page number 3. Street view from Google on page number 4. On page number 5, I showed zoning. Character sector intend to encourage a compatible, fine-grained mix of uses rather than separation of uses into diverse areas. The builds from is key is this section, ranging from the compact massing of the change district of monumental candlestone building near the legislation building, with engaging variety of building and structures at the forks. Urban design review is intended to reinforce the valued current built forms, including enhanced pedestrian transport. On page number 6, started our income approach estimation. Like you see, we assess 8,725 square feet with overall $13.10. On bottom of same page, I presented 4 comparables. On 287 Broadway, it showed lease size 2021 at $18.21. 294 Portridge Avenue, lease size 2020 for $20 per square foot. Lease in building 140 Bannatyne, second floor, from 2.5 thousand square feet at $13.50, and lease in 180 King on main floor for $19.58. So our average $17.82. Weight average all 5,871 square feet at $16.77, and media $18.90. So we assess subject property at $13.10. That's very well supported by my comparables. For this type of property, we apply vacancy loss 13%, expenses not recoverable 3%, in shortfall for occupation or vacant space $10 per square foot. It gives us net operating income 85,091. For subject property, overall capitalization rate generated by model 6.2%. If you open page 8 of my brief, I have presented capitalization rates table. Subject property downtown office for city of Winnipeg between 20 percentile and 80 percentile. It's 60% of the property on downtown by statistical data showed for city of Winnipeg for information provided to us through the owner between 5.9 to 7%. It's following by Colliers for downtown between 6% to 7%, by CBRE between 6.5 to 8%, and Bushman and Wackfell between 5.25 to 8.5%. So I would like to repeat that city of Winnipeg 5.9 to 7%. Model generates 6.2%. It gives us estimated value 1,372,000. On following pages, on page number 10, I provide income expense mailer provided to us. On page number 11, I posted currently permit what was done with the building from 2000 to 2011. Was done interior alteration, structural alteration, and following to interior alteration. That's why we effective years built right now, 1977. On page number 12, let's look on my comparables. If subject property 4-floor building, my comparables on 287 Broadway, it's multi-floor building, released on $18.21. On page 13, my comparable 294 Portridge Avenue, 9th floor, It's a $20 per square foot building built in 1907, similar to the subject property, original. On page 14, 140 Banat Avenue, building, old building built original 1928, in has list $13.50. In my last comparables on page 15, 180 King, lease for $19.38. It's followed by property assessment notes, our assessment review. So based on evidence presented in my report, the subject property value for 2025, $1,372,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions, Mr. Newman?
Yes, is it the practice of the department to note whether a building has a heritage designation?
Is your question the building a heritage designation or not? I didn't search for it, sorry, I missed it.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing that. Can you speak up a little bit?
I didn't search for this part.
Okay, you didn't search for heritage designation. Okay. Do you know that the building does have a heritage designation?
If you say so.
All right. Page 6 is your calculation. Is it correct that everything on that page is model generated?
Everything model generated.
Okay. So this is a building built in 1903. It's given an effective age of 1977. We then go to page 8, which is your capitalization rate information. So a Class A downtown office building, 20th and 80th percentile is 6.5%. A Class B downtown office building, city 20th and 80th percentile is 7%. This building is a Class C, correct?
In our case, we presented only A and B to following color, CBRE, and Cushman-Wakefield information to be consistent.
Yes, but I'm asking you about the city's 20th and 80th percentiles, and I'm asking you whether this is a Class C office building.
Is a building not in this table on page number 8? Do a market information provided by Kohler, CBRE, and Cushman-Wakefield? We try to be consistent with their information. They don't have Class D, C, D. They have A and B only.
Right, but the city's information for A and B buildings is that the 20th and 80th percentiles are 6.5% for an A building and 7% for a B building, correct? That's the city's information.
It's city information for office downtown between 5.9 to 7%. 60% of the property for whole city. Model generates 6.2% for the subject property.
None of that is my question, but thank you for your response. Mr. Chairman, taking your guidance to heart to be efficient, there's much I could ask, but I'm not going to do it. I'll address it in my presentation.
All right. Ms. Linklater, any questions of the assessor?
Just one question, thank you. Ms. Schabel, I just noticed your subject property is 8,700 square feet, correct?
Correct.
And your comparables that you used, sorry, I'm just flipping along here. Your comparables are all quite a bit smaller than the subject property, correct?
Correct. If you open page number 6, subject property has 3 premises between 1.7 thousand to 4.2 thousand. And rent between $12.70 to $13.87. In my case, I presented similar type of square footage, like our premises, but I'm looking to average $13.10. In my
Okay,
base comparables number 3 on 140 Bannatyne, it's old building located in same district, 170 Exchange District, insured for 2.5 thousand square feet, rent of $13.50. So our $13.10 very well supported. It's a little bit less.
okay, thank you. Page 8, the city's cap rate.
Right.
So does the city make have any consideration for heritage buildings within this cap rate chart? And or as
In our case, our data, our statistical data analyze all cap rate across the city and put this information. I put this information in our chart.
okay,
But we're looking for a subject property for income approach, but parallel, we also doing cost approach.
okay. So basically then for downtown office, there's downtown AA, downtown A, which I assume are superior properties, and then downtown B, correct?
We have for all type of building to generate cap rate for CD, but in this charter, we posted only 2 type of properties to be consistent with Scholar, CBRE, and Pushman.
Okay,
But it's statistical crunching of number to generate 6.2% for this type of building.
all right, I thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Seelan.
Yes, have you inspected this property?
Sorry?
I'm sorry,
Please.
have you inspected this property?
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I'm able to completely accurately describe this based on the data we have on the file.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair. The rest of the questions were already answered.
Okay, I've got a question on the leasable area. If you look at page 2, the rent roll shows 1 premise leased at 8097 square feet. What is that? The total leasable area?
It's a leasable area for upper floor. But if you look on subject property on page number 1, basement area 2.6 thousand square feet. So this tenants has access like amenity basement area. They lease $14 and we assess $14. We assess $13.10. So it's we can assess a basement area or just be like a amenity.
So they've got 700 square feet of basement area?
Subject property. If you look on page number 1, for us leasable area 8.7 thousand square feet. Let's calculate 1 second.
Okay.
Let's calculate how our assessment compared to lease. If you multiply 807 by 14 and divide by our leasable area, 875, it give us $13 per square foot. Compare existing lease with our assessment. And we assess $13.10. It's very close. But you forget, also, we give 13% vacancy, but building full occupied. So it's took in consideration.
All right. Thank you for that. Mr. Newman, you can begin your presentation.
Thank you. I'll start by indicating I have inspected the building. Jonathan Spacek and I went through the building some years ago because this square footage issue arose for purposes of the 2020 assessment. And the inspection resulted in Mr. Spacek making a recommendation, which is found in page 24 of my brief, in which he adjusted the square footage to 8,097 square feet. I don't know why the square footage continues to come through at 8,725 square feet, but it's not. And Mr. Spacek and I were there and we inspected the property. Having said that, let me zero us in on the issue. The assessor's approach is completely model driven. She uses a rent of $13.10. I use 8,097 square feet. I use the rent in place of $14. My gross potential income is $113,358. Her gross potential income is $114,271. We're about $900 apart on gross potential income. I'll spend no more time on that. I'm going to focus on the cap rate, which is, in my opinion, the real issue in this case. So let me take you now through my brief. Page 2 of my brief references the historic designation. It's classified as an OFC. I don't know why it's a C and not a D, considering its age, but be that as it may, it's classified as a C. It is a heritage designated property at the grade 2 level, which requires the entire preservation of the exterior and that all repairs must be in accordance with the maintenance of the historic aspects of the property. That means extra cost at the end of the day. Heritage designation brings with it some encumbrances, some obligations to a property owner. So at page 3, I referenced the square footage issue. I told you already in my brief is the recommendation made by Mr. Spacek to adjust the square footage to 8,097 square feet. I'll spend no more time on that. Page 4, I talk about the rental rate. My gross potential is $113,358 using the higher rental rate, but the correct square footage. I'll say no more about that. So now let's talk more generally about some things relating to Winnipeg, the office market, and eventually into cap rates. And some of what I'm going to say now is going to apply to all the other later properties. As you noted, Mr. Chairman, we have an ambitious agenda today. We have 8 properties, and I think you're going to find that I'm going to ask you now, keep in mind the spread on the cap rates on these different properties. And how different they are for different types of properties. Because I think the model's got some problems, and that's what's going to create some of the issues in terms of the cap rates. So the Winnipeg office market generally, it got turned upside down by the opening of True North Square. Doesn't have an impact on this property, but there is a domino effect that happens that as people move around in the A-class buildings, it frees up space because True North Square brought new supply into the market, but there wasn't new demand in the market that supply was filling. So people moved around, and that created the domino effect of you could move up in terms of quality. Suddenly the C tenants can move up to B, the B tenants can move up to A, and boy, were there good deals available for them because of the combination of the oversupply and COVID. Page 5, cap rate deals with the perceived risk associated with the property. the investor's expectations, and the required returns available in other investment vehicles. Increased cost of borrowing. Interest rates went up significantly between April 1 of 21 and April 1 of 23. Look at page 6, look at the chart. The interest rates moved 425 basis points, 4.25%. That has an impact in the real estate world. Page 7, bond rates moved. So then we get to the brokers' work, well, actually remote work. More and more people are remote. Look at this hearing today. The secretary and I are the only ones in the room. That's the nature of what's happened. The workplace has evolved. People are doing things remotely. We see the categorization of buildings by the brokers, and that's important. And I'll speak to that more in the context of the cap rate. But the Class A buildings are the high-rise buildings in the central business district, high-quality construction, large floor plates, high amenities, top-tier tenants. The corner of Portage and Main has 3 Class A office buildings on those corners. The B buildings, and this becomes important now, but it becomes important later as well. The downtown B buildings, also commonly high-rise, not quite as good. Tenants aren't quite as good, but many of these buildings, as you'll see as the morning goes on, are connected to the skywalk system or are connected to the underground system. They look for mid-sized tenants, smaller, they're looking for average space. So page 10, Altus did an analysis, and I'm quoting from it starting at page 10. They reviewed the office market. More importantly, though, at bottom of page 11 and on to 12, they reviewed sales. Look at the cap rates they extracted from the sales they reviewed. 155 Carlton, 175, 185 Carlton, opposite the convention center, between St. Mary and York, 7.48 and 8.7. 433 Main, on the corner of Main and Bannatyne, 8.18%. So they talk in their report about the flight to quality, which means that tenants are moving up, the domino effect that I talked about earlier. And so ultimately they say, if you look at page 13, that the downtown A-class building should be 6.75%. Well, the city at their 20th and 80th percentile puts it at 6.5%. The downtown Bs, Altus says 7.25 to 7.75. The city at the 20th and 80th puts it at 7%. The Cs, 7.75 to 8.25. Of course, the city doesn't record those. And the Ds, 8.5 to 9.5. They go on to say, if you look at the bottom of page 12, heritage status brings additional risk. Remember what I said to you at the outset, when you've got a heritage building, it's going to create greater maintenance and repair obligations because everything must be maintained in the original state. Page 13, quality and strength of covenant. What am I talking about here? You're not getting the government of Canada into this building. You're getting small tenants. Their covenant may not necessarily be the strongest. So what I'm saying to you ultimately, and I'm going to say it to you repeatedly this morning, every building has its place in the spectrum. You've all been sitting on this board for a long time. I don't think I'm telling you anything that you don't already know. The object is to put these buildings into their proper place in the spectrum. And that's the main complaint I have with the 6.2% capitalization rate. It's not in the right place in the spectrum. So if you look at the attributes of the building on page 14, quality of tenancy, national as opposed to small local, nature of tenant mix, location, quality of site, quality of development, amenities in the building. There are no amenities in the building. There's no parking underneath the building or immediately adjacent to the building. Page 15, these are the assessor's cap rate charts. She has spoken about this. As we've noted, there's no Class C. There are sales of Class C buildings. I don't know why the city doesn't publish data on the sale of Class C and Class D buildings. They should, but they choose not to. The A buildings, 20th and 80th percentile, says the city, is 6.5. How can the subject have a cap rate below what will be a far superior Class A building? The B building, 7%. How can the subject be at 6.2% below superior buildings like the B buildings, many of which, as I said earlier, they're connected to the walkway system, they have underground parking, they have amenities. The subject building has none of that. So my conclusion at the end of the day is this is a C-class building. Altus indicates that the C-class buildings, and it's the fourth bullet down on page 16, the rates range from 7.75 to 8.25. The Heritage bringing an additional 25 basis point premium. We have a rising interest rate environment at April 1 of 2023. GICs are available over 5%. I say to you, you have to put this building in its proper place. This building cannot be at 6.2% below the 20th percentile for A and B class buildings. It's got to be above that. I select 7.75% using my net operating income of $85,136. That gets me to a value of $1,098,000. Page 19 is just a little bit of historic information, how this was the Criterion Hotel when it was built in 1903. And then finally, as I said at the outset, the last page, page 24, is the Jonathan Spachik's confirmation of the square footage. So that's my submission to you. I'm open to questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel?
You didn't provide any evidence to support your rent rates, correct?
I provided no comparables, but I provided the lease in place at April 1 of 23 at $14, which is higher than your model rent.
But if you transfer to potential rent, it's difference only less as 1,000 compared to assessment, correct?
The difference in potential income is about $900, if that's what you're asking.
Not 9. It's only 1,000 potential rent. Let's open page number 7. You can see that the mortgage rate, a Government of Canada bond going down from 6.5 to 5.8% in March 2023 on your graph. Correct?
Well, I don't know about 6.5, but there is a bit of a downward at March of 23. I agree with that.
On page 89, you just compare information, outside information. You don't provide any evidence to support your capitalization rate.
I disagree. There is evidence to support the capitalization rate. It's the combination of the Altus analysis, which is found at pages 11, 12, and 13 of my report. And it's by way of what I consider to be the appropriate progression of risk, with the superior buildings having a lesser risk, inferior buildings having a higher risk, plus the heritage designation. And so I come back, if the city's 20th and 80th percentile is 6.5 on A buildings and 7% on B buildings, then the subject should be higher.
Let's open page number 12. From this S6 cap rate comparables, what best, in your opinion, for the subject property?
The closest one to the subject property is probably Geographically is 433 Main, because that's on the corner of Bannatyne and Main. And that, of course, was an office building. And that rate was 8.18%. You're on mute.
Sorry. Your comparables on number 4, Brunel, has leasable area 8,000 square feet. That it's closest to the subject property, correct?
It might be closest in terms of square footage, but it's not the closest in terms of geographic location.
It's rent for 6.96%, and you will wanted 7.75% still, correct?
Burnell is a suburban building and not heritage designated.
You would agree that buildings less than around 10,000 square feet has bigger purchases market. More people can afford this building that bring capitalization rate lower. Would you agree?
I would agree. There's two parts to that question. I would agree that in theory, the pool of buyers for a lesser priced building is bigger. But I don't agree that it brings the capitalization rate lower. Capitalization ultimately is a function of the buyer's perception of the risk, as well as the economic conditions of the time, the heritage designation, the limited ability to alter this property. I think that creates a greater risk.
Would you agree that subject property full occupied, 0 vacancy, but we both apply 13%, correct?
The subject property was occupied at April 1 of 23.
Yes, it's full occupied. So by applying vacancy of 13%, we already considered capitalization rate. We cannot bigger vacancy, bigger capitalization rate to make income approach works. So by applying 13% for 0 vacancy place, we already considered risk for buying this property, correct?
The downtown office market has suffered greatly throughout the market. And that is why the city has recognized that by the application of high vacancy rates, which we will see on all the properties this morning because of that risk factor. That doesn't do away with the need to have a proper capitalization rate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Sealing?
Yes, let's go to page 13. Can you explain the difference between downtown B and a downtown C, and tell us how you arrived at this building being downtown C?
So, first of all, the city classifies it as a C, but the C buildings as compared to a B building, and let me give you some examples of what is a B building. If you think about Graham around Fort Street, you've got the Cargill building, for example, along Graham. You've got buildings along Carlton, 175 Carlton, 155 Carlton. You've got 363 Broadway. These are all considered B-class buildings, and yet some of them, like the buildings on Carlton, like the Cargill building on Graham, they're connected to the walkway system. They've got underground parking beneath them. So clearly they are superior to the C buildings. C buildings, and there are differences in size and quality, to be clear. You're going to hear about 294 Portage this morning, a C-class building, 100,000 square feet, built in 1908, no underground parking, but a very large building. But at the end of the day, The difference between the categories of building is a function of their location, their size, the amenities within the building or not present in the building. The A and B class buildings tend to have lobbies with security personnel in the lobbies. The quality of the mechanical systems, the quality of the elevator systems. It's those spectrum of things that make a distinction between what the city now says is a double A, which is True North Square. They say that's a double A. An A, which is the buildings on the corner of Portage and Main, they consider those all A-class buildings. The B, and I'm actually in a later property, I'm going to present something that'll give you the full inventory of B buildings. But again, it's that spectrum of qualitative differences. All those things I just mentioned, and those things that are mentioned at page 14 of my brief, which I call attributes of buildings. It's that collection of things that makes the distinction between an A, B, a C, and a D.
Does this building have any parking? Like, where is the actual parking for the building?
So if you have an office in this building, you have to go hunting in the Exchange District to find parking. In the West Exchange District, I'll call it, which is the area to the west of Main Street, as you go a little bit further west, you can start to find some surface lots. As you get west of Princess, for example, you can start to find some surface lots. As you get adjacent to Notre Dame, you can find some surface lots. But in the heart of the Exchange District, you don't find surface lots. There are some parking structures at the corner of King and Bannatyne. You know, relatively recently, last 10 years, a parking structure was constructed. There used to be a parking structure, of course, right opposite City Hall, the Civic Parkade, but it's gone, of course. So you have to go looking for parking at some distance. It's not certainly as convenient as it typically is for A and B class buildings.
Does this building have an elevator?
It does,
It does.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanations. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Linklater, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, if I can just turn to your page 12, the comparables presented there.
Yes.
Comparables 2 and 3 were ultimately converted, at least in part, to residential, were they not?
That is correct. 433 was done at an earlier point in time, and 175, 185 is something that I think is not complete yet, but is ongoing. But I agree with you, Mr. Harden. They have been converted, at least in part, and that, of course, speaks to the demand in downtown Winnipeg for office space that people are doing that.
Okay, and what effect would that have on the cap rate for the sale?
I don't know that it has any effect, frankly. You know, we get into this debate often about how you extract capitalization rates. And do you take the income in place, or do you look ahead and see what the buyer is going to do with it? These properties were done based on the income in place.
Well, would that be true if they're bought with the intent to convert them? You're not buying them for the office income that they're producing.
But again, it becomes the question of what methodology are you using to calculate the cap rate? Because the city will always say, you can't look ahead, you have to look at what's there at the point in time. And so we can have that debate. The appraisers will say to you, just be consistent in your methodology. And of course, not all buildings are converted, so you can't always be consistent. To be clear though, the cap rate I'm looking for at 7.75 is below the cap rates for either 2 or 3.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. I have no more questions. Is there any summation, Ms. Scheibel, that you would like?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence. It determines the best conclusion of market value. The subject property has historical designation, full occupied, but we still allowed 13% vacancy to be consistent across similar type of property. That already should be reflected in capitalization rate. The main two area of disagreement is rent and capitalization rate. The rent very close between assessment and agent, but biggest disagreement for capitalization rate. According to market evidence, the property between 1.5 million and 2 million has bigger purchased market that we bring by our statistical analysis, bring capitalization rate low. That's why a model generates 6.2% for this small type of property. Bigger property, another capitalization rate. The subject property not class B or class A, but in our table, we provide information class A in B only to be consistent with capitalization rate presented by Colliers International, Canada, Siberian International, and Cushman Wakefield. But we analyze all sales across the city. So based on evidence in my brief, the subject property market value for market of April 1st, 2023, 1,372,000. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Newman.
Put the building in its proper place in the spectrum of buildings. That's all I say to you. It's not 6.2%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to the second property as soon as I can open the files. Okay, so the second property is 93 Lombard. So Ms. Scheibel, you can begin.
File number 24-3327, roll number 130-96103-400. The subject property for 2025 assessment with reference date April 1st, 2023, assessed at 6,350,000. The subject property office space with land area of 19,469 square feet, with plan area and basement area 17,340 square feet, gross area 18,680, in leasable area 59,077 square feet. On page number 2, the subject property has existing lease at $14 per square foot. The subject property located at downtown. More air photos on page number 3. Street view on page number 4. It's rectangle shape of land. It's a 5-floor building located and same C character sector like previous property on 1014 McDermott. So we're moving to my page 6, market income. We did assess 59,777 square feet at overall $10.96. On page number 7, I presented several comparables. Let's look on them. My comparables On 321 McDermott, fifth floor, it's original bill 1912, subject property original bill 1906, very close, 10,000 square feet, rent at $17.37 at 2021. On 329 Portrait Avenue, building, old building, built 1915, rent from 2021 and $17.40. Our comparables on 221 Portage, second floor, building built in 1915, rent from 2021 at $18.62. Two comparables on 167 Lombard, his building similar, built in 1906 by age. Two comparables in 2022, rent between $16 per square foot and $17.50 for area for or 300 square feet. So that's why rent a little bit higher. My comparables in 213 Notre Dame, built in 1912, rent for $17.85. In my last comparables, you can see that it's main floor and basement together for 9.4 thousand square feet, rent in $21.95. So our average $18.10. Weight average for all area together 28,366 at $15.35. My media $17.50 and minimum 16 and maximum 21.95. We did assess subject property at $10.96. It's low range of assessment. For this type of property, it's class D or D, you can see office holder. We apply a 14% vacancy across all same type of building. The DFAF effective gross income, 563,310. We apply 3% not recoverable expenses and shortfall for occupation of vacant space, $8 per square foot. DFAS net operating income, 479,461. For this type of building, model generates 7.55%, give us estimate value of $6.35 million. On page number 9, we present the same capitalization rate. Our capitalization rate between 28th percentile, it's 60% of the properties, supported by comparison with real estate market report from Colliers International Canada, CBRE National Research, and Cushman Wakefield. And downtown property between 5.9 to 7%. We apply model generates 7.5% because it's all buildings. On page number 11, we can see my comparables. P21 5-floor building at $70.47 rent. On page 12, 239 Portage, 221 Portage, it's same building, different address. On main floor rent for $17.40, on second floor $18.62. On 867 Lombard, 2 leases, 11 floor building for $16, $17 per square foot. On page number 14, 213 Notre Dame, 9 floor rent for $17.85. And my last comparables on 35 King Street, it's main and basement for $21.95. It shows that this type of property lease in downtown valuable. On page number 816, income expense Miller presented for us. We estimate that the market overall leases and subject property around $14 per square foot, and we assess at $11. So it's already every high vacancy, 14%, $11 per square foot. It's already captured of that building. And on page number 20, this property size 1999 by 2024 for renovation 2.2 million. So it's very well maintained building that leases $14 per square foot average. So based on evidence presented in my report, the market value of subject property at April 1st, 2023, 6.35 million. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, questions, Mr. Newman?
Yes, so page one, this building built in 1906 with an effective age of 1926. Page two, what are you trying to tell us by your calculation on page two?
On page 2, according to income expenses Miller, the income just base rent for this property around 18,000. So I divide 18,000 on leasable area provided here, 59,777 square feet, give us that overall rent in subject property at $14 per square foot. This information, it's part of our model, how our model generate our rent. All this information very valuable for us. So existing rent at $14 per square foot.
Yes, $14 a square foot gross, correct?
No, it's base rent, it's not gross.
Why do you say that?
Let's open page 17 of my brief. Everyone with me?
Yes.
So we can see on my first column, rent income 837,000 plus we have extra general administration recoveries of 39,000, utilities recoveries 74,000, property tax recoveries 15,000. It shows that full gross potential income it's 970,000. So it is what I estimate net lease only by using first rent income of 837,000. So this information shows that it's a gross lease for recoveries when we put together recoveries for administration, maintenance, and tax. But our rent income on 837,000, it's net income.
So look at page 18 of your report. And that's part of the questionnaire where the tenants are listed, correct?
Correct.
And in the upper right-hand corner, where it says due date, May 4, 2023, it says if all services are paid for by the tenant, place an X under net lease, otherwise indicate by placing an X which services are included in the rent. You see that?
Yes. Sometimes, sometimes information provide for us maybe incorrect, like here on tenants list, but on major page 17, we showed that these recoveries, free recoveries, administration, utilities, and tax recoveries collected from the tenants on top of net income and after paid by owner.
Ms. Scheibel, you're suggesting the information you've been given on page 18 is incorrect. Is that what you're saying?
This information not correct because this crossing, yes, because most important page number 17, main.
Okay, just stop for a second. Just stop. I hear what you're saying, and we'll explore that. But to be crystal clear, what you're being told on page 18 is that there's a whole variety of services that are included within the rent. That's what the document says. I know you think it's a mistake, but agree with me, that's what the document says, that there's a variety of services like property taxes, like water, like heat, that are included in the rent. You agree that's what it says?
Correct.
All
But
right.
on a main page, we see that we have recoveries and net income separated, very clear
Alright, now-
presented to us.
Let's come back to page 17. In the middle column, in the top half of page 17, towards the bottom, there's a line for property taxes. It's line 216, and it says the property taxes are $127,120. You see that?
Yes.
Yes. Now let's look at the left-hand column, second number from the bottom, line 121. You see the property tax recoveries are $14,913. So they're not recovering $127,000 of taxes, are they?
The recovery portion, correct?
Yes. Where's the other $113,000 of taxes, do you think?
But if you look on page 17 on third column, it's 37% of building empty.
Ah. So you're saying that 37% of the taxes aren't being recovered, and 37% of $127,000 is $46,990, but they're not short $46,990. They're short $114,000.
That's why we apply a shortfall or occupation on vacant space, $8 per square foot to cover it this part.
Let me suggest to you, with respect, your conclusion that the questionnaire is mistaken and that $14 is a net rent are both wrong. Do you accept that?
No, net rent correct.
You don't need to
Recovery
explain.
portion because around 40% of the building vacant.
All right.
And this part should be paid by the owner. That's why we provide shortfall for occupation of vacant space, $8 per square foot.
Okay.
It's covered in our income approach.
Page, and I'm asking this because you do this in all your briefs. You, on page 20, you put in a list of permits. Never
Correct.
mind that there's permits in 2024, which is post-reference. Never mind that. Why do you put that in?
Because I need to see how building maintained. In our case, if building maintained, we need to see what renovation was done. And the
And-
renovation around 2 million since 1999.
Who's spending this money? Do you think it's the tenants who are spending this money on their own premises?
No, it's landlord, owner spent his money to have tenants in his building. It has to be fixed, he occupied, ready
Why
for
do you
occupation.
assume it is the owner spending this money? You don't know. All you've done is gone and looked at permits. Who took the permits out?
Owner,
How do you know?
it's part of, when you want to renovate building, you have to take permits. If you don't have any permits for renovation, it shows that building very bad condition. In my case, for this subject property is 2 million. That's why they can collect rent. This investment for future rent collection, $14 per square foot.
All right, I'm good. We'll stop there.
Okay, Ms. Linklater, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Seelen, any questions?
Yeah, just a question. Does this building have parking?
If you open page 3, It's no parking for this building.
Thank you for the clarification. That's all my questions.
Usually for downtown, if a subject property has parking, we have separate income stream for collection of extra money.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all my question.
Okay, I have no questions, so Mr. Newman, you can begin.
So, and you know, I spent the time I did on this issue of the calculation of the assessor on page 2 of her brief, where she takes what she considers to be the base rent and divides it by the square footage and comes up with $14 a square foot. I say to her that's gross. She says, oh no. She takes us to page 17, the questionnaire, and she says it's the base rent and there are recoveries of another $160,000. She's flat out wrong. She is flat out wrong. I have represented this building for over a decade. I have been in this building. I work extensively and directly with the property managers of this building. She is flat out wrong. This building is a building with almost completely what are called gross or semi-gross leases. And a gross lease means the tenant pays one amount and never pays a nickel more. A semi-gross lease means the tenant pays an amount, but on top of that, the tenant will pay its proportionate share of increases in taxes or operating costs over a base year. And so built into the rent typically is a base year amount of expenses associated with the building. Now, unfortunately, none of this matters because I'm accepting the assessor's proposed rent. And she took time to review her comparables, not sure why, because I'm accepting her proposed rent. But for me, what's more important, because this arises on later properties as well, she's got it wrong. She won't accept that when I suggest to her that the taxes are $127,000, but they're only recovering $14,900. And she glibly says, well, that's because there's 37% vacancy. Well, there is, and we'll get to that certainly. But 37% of $127,000 is 46 and change. It's not 113 because she's got it wrong, flat out. And it goes to her credibility. So what am I really here wanting from you? And actually one other thing, and then I'll pass it by. This page with the permits on it. And again, she puts this into every one of her briefs almost. Interior alterations for a specific tenant space. The permits are typically taken out by the tenant. It's their space. It's their alteration. It's their customization. Every one of these is an interior alteration. And so what if over 25 years, money has been spent on the building? I agree it's a good thing, but it doesn't change the economics of the building at the end of the day.
If I can, Mr. Newman, on permits, the board puts no weight on the value of permits.
Thank
And
you.
that
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, let's go to my brief. Page 2, I tell you all tenants are on gross leases. I tell you that we're accepting the assessor's gross potential income. I want to talk about vacancy. This building is 37% vacant. That is a huge amount of vacancy for a property of this type. It arose because a tenant who had been in the building for decades in the fall of 21 indicated they were not staying. And so the landlord, knowing they were departing, immediately began to market the space. The tenant vacated in February of 22, 13 months before the reference date of April 1 of 23. At April 1 of 23, the space remains vacant. It is very difficult in the downtown office climate of April 1 of 2023 to find a tenant to occupy 15,687 square feet of space. Downsizing, remote work, very difficult to fill the space. One other observation, the assessor says the building is downtown. Well, I guess it depends on one's definition of downtown. For me, downtown, the central business district is Main Street to Memorial, Portage to Broadway. This building is at the foot of Waterfront Drive. It's in the Exchange District, so it's not exactly downtown, in my opinion. Not necessarily the most germane thing, but not exactly downtown. Look at my page 4. There's a listing of the other tenants who have departed the building, all in 2022. A total of 15,687 square feet. It's 37.12%. I think there needs to be an increase in vacancy. I'm not moving it to 37%, but I am moving it to 20% to recognize the difficulty in downtown Winnipeg in trying to lease office space. What then follows is my capitalization rate presentation. You've heard a lot of it already. I'm not going to review it again in detail. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to remind the board what I said earlier. And if you look at my page 10, here's an excerpt from an article that appeared in Western Investor in December of 2020. Prairie office sector faces challenges. And what they talk about here is what I mentioned earlier. Second paragraph, the wild card is the addition of True North Square, adding 350,000 square feet prime downtown office space, 17-story office building, 24-story apartment, a commercial tower, 5th office tower, 300,000 square feet to be leased to Wawanesa, now complete, now occupied. And so what it's talking about here is the impacts that the uncertainty at that point of the impacts it's going to have. And I'm telling you, the impacts have been significant. It's the domino effect that I talked about earlier. So let me jump ahead. We've got here, go to page 16. We've got a Class D office building. Altus says the cap rate should be 8.5 to 9.5. The assessor has used 7.55%. I'm asking for 8%. I'm asking for it for two primary reasons. One, the vacancy. Although I've moved the vacancy rate up a little bit from 14% to 20%, I've gone nowhere near 37%. This is going to be difficult space to fill. I also think this is a D-class building, and again, put the building in its proper place in the spectrum. Where does it fall? And so at the end of the day, what I say at my page 20 and 21, I give you the reasons why the capitalization rate should move up a little bit. It's an old building, effective age 1925, built 1906, 37% vacancy, downtown Winnipeg and the extended downtown, difficult area, remote work, challenging occupancy, finding new tenants will be tough. If you're the buyer coming on the scene at April 1 of 23, how are you liking 37% vacancy? I don't think you're liking it very much. I think you're seeing the building as high risk. I think you're especially seeing it as high risk in the office environment at April 1 of 23. And so I'm increasing the capitalization rate slightly. Historically, the cap rate was 8.2% in 2020, 7.85% in 23. Difficult for me to understand when the city's A and B class office buildings have their cap rates going up, which you see in their chart. Difficult for me to understand why a D class office building has its cap rate coming down. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying to you essentially at my page 21, I accept the assessor's gross potential income. I increase the vacancy to 20%, and I increase the capitalization rate to 8%. And you see that calculation at page 25 of my brief. That's my submission.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel?
Yes, please. On page 25, you use vacancy of 20%, correct?
Yes,
Would you agree that over 25% of vacancy, income approach doesn't work anymore, correct?
say that again.
Over 25%, when it's 100% vacant space, income approach doesn't work, doesn't make sense anymore.
No, I don't agree with that because vacancy can be caused by a variety of factors. Vacancy changes, of course, over time. But I haven't gone to 25% or higher. I've gone to 20%.
Just for a record, if subject property completely vacant, we apply 25%. Or it's completely vacant space, building. Over 25%, like subject property, 37%. Market income approach doesn't make sense anymore. It's not working.
Well,
would you agree that subject property experienced this high vacancy just just in 2021 suddenly, correct?
Yes, it's always had some vacancy, but I agree the vacancy rose significantly in 2021 and 22.
Would you agree that when it was no problem with any vacancy, assessment department, everyone apply very high vacancy already for this type of building, 14% per square foot, 14% vacancy, to consider that one time in 10 years it would happen, correct? So we consistent, we already predict sometimes it's one big tenants left and will be some vacancy. But we cover it and during 10 years prior, every time high vacancy for this type of building, correct?
Don't agree. And the reason I don't agree is because the economic conditions of the office market in Winnipeg are very, very different than they were historically through the combination of the entry of the new supply of True North Square, COVID, remote work, downsizing. The combination of all of those factors is unprecedented. And that's why I don't agree.
Would you agree when it's happened in 2021? So 60,000 square feet of subject property, roughly. If you apply on 37%, so over 22,000 square feet tenants left. Now it's have to be paid by the owner. That's why he pay extra hydra, they pay extra taxes. Would you agree? It's that it's already payment for the owner. That's why he provided information for hydra, taxes. It's vacant space. It should be paid by the owner now. He cannot collect no net rent. He cannot collect recoveries, correct?
Well, if space is vacant, I agree that the owner gets no contribution of rent or taxes or other items that are typically paid. I agree with that. I don't otherwise understand your question.
Would you agree that shortfall or dollar per square foot for vacant space, it's already covered in our income approach, both sides?
Your shortfall is $8. Frankly, I don't think your shortfall at $8 is high enough.
For today, but before it was not vacant any. So this shortfall we every time provide for this type of situation because tenants owner have to pay for vacant space. That's
I
why
think
if we have on our income expenses provided information recovered net rent, recovered expenses, and rest what not recovered, it's have to pay by owner because it's vacant right now. Correct?
I think the point you are missing, but maybe not missing, is that we are doing a point in time valuation of April 1 of 2023. We're determining what the willing buyer would pay to the willing seller. And so the economic conditions of the building and the market more generally cannot be ignored at that point in time.
By the end of the day, existing rent for the building $14 because it's building very well maintained. In
The
owner,
building is not getting $14 a square foot net. It never has. These are gross or semi-gross leases. I've already addressed with you what I think is your misleading attempt to indicate that that $14 is net rent. It's not.
okay, you're right. It's only 1 second. Because from this 16,000 square feet, we have to take out 22,000 what already empty, and lease will be minus 22. So it's occupied space for 35,777 square feet. If you divide rent.
Okay, this isn't the question. Let's just keep it to questions. We're kind of running a bit late here, I think, over what we need to do.
Let's be still analyzing income because it's very important. It's subject property income. So gross lease for this property will be, if you talk 969,695,012 divided by occupied space reported to us 35,777. Gross lease $27.10 for subject property. It's gross.
Are you saying that the rent is $27 net?
I say that gross lease $27.10 for the subject property.
Okay,
For space right now occupied.
We're
Sorry.
getting into something, there's no dispute over the income, so let's move on to something that is in dispute.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Seelan, any questions?
Yes, have you inspected this property?
I have
You have.
been in the property many times.
What do you say the overall condition is of this property?
So this is a property where the owners very much care for their buildings. I would say to you that the property condition is pretty good. Remembering that it's an old warehouse building built in 1906, but they put money into it, they converted it. And so, it's a building of that type that has a lot of character, a lot of exposed brick within the building, some wood beams within the building. So I would say to you, the building is in pretty good condition. But having said that, the market for the building in its location is the market for the building. In terms of that.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Linklater, questions?
Yes, just a quick one to Mr. Newman. So you are giving this a Class D, correct?
The city gives it a Class D and I accept it.
Okay, thank you. Could you just give me some of your definitions of a Class D building?
So again, as I said, in response to the earlier question, it's a function of a spectrum of items, including, and I know they were listed on page 17 of my brief, the attributes of buildings. So again, and it's a question of contrasting for the building to find its proper place in the spectrum. Locationally, it's a D location, because it's not connected to the walkway system or the underground system. It doesn't have parking. It doesn't have underground parking. Tenants very much want parking, and if it's not conveniently available, if they have to go searching for it, it's a disincentive. And again, although I say to you, and I acknowledge that the building is maintained and it's looked after, but at the end of the day, the tenant mix is small local businesses. The site is, as I've said, it's an off-core site. So the covenants are lesser quality covenants. So again, on a comparative basis, I think considering the age and the effective age, I think that puts it into a D. So it's that spectrum of things.
All right, I thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have a question then on the vacancy, which has recently arisen. What was the historical vacancy like in as the building goes along?
It would range from time to time. I would say to you that my recollection is in the range of 8 to 12% historically.
Okay, so it's only in the last cycle, really, with all the factors that you've cited, that the vacancy has dramatically increased.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. I was hoping to do one more property before the break, but I don't think we'll have based on this. I think we should take a break now till 10:35.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Line, Mr. Chair.
What?
Could I just ask for a 7-minute break?
Okay, 7 minutes. All right, welcome back. We will now move to our third property, 111 Lombard Avenue. So, Ms. Scheibel, you can begin.
File number 24-3324, roll number 130-606-85000. The 2025 assessment with reference date April 1st, 2023 is 24,064,000. The subject property, office building, 6th floor building, original built in 1903. Land area of 22,665 square feet, with plan area 22,554 square feet, basement area 18,660 square feet, gross floor area 154,000 and leasable area 124,012 square feet. The subject property located in downtown, Exchange Street. On page number 12, air photo subject property in downtown. On page number 3, street view of subject property, 5-floor building, 6-floor building, sorry, from front and side. On page number 4, air photo subject property, rectangle shape of side. The subject property located C character sector zoning, same like previous property on 21493 Lombard. I don't will repeat myself. On page number 6, we assess subject property leasable area 124,012 square feet It's $16.49. Let's look on my comparables on bottom on page 6. I presented same for comparables on 287 Broadway at $18.21, 294 Portridge on $20, 140 Bannatyne at $13.50, and 180 King Street on $19.58. That give an average or rent of average or mean $17.82 and media $18.90. I presented same rate of comparables for first property of 214 McDermott. I don't will go further. So our assessment at $16.49 give us potential income of $2,044,515. We did apply vacancy loss 30% for this type of property, Class C building, to be consistent across the city. We apply same expenses, not recoverable 3%, and shortfall for vacant space $10 per square foot. Give us net operating income $1,564,150. A model generated cap rate of 6.5 was selected for this subject property. Gives us estimation of $24,064,000. On page 8, we presented same capitalization rate with comparison with another real estate market report, Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman. On page number 10, income expense mailer provided to us. Here. The subject property overall rent, net rent at $19.10. You can see on page 11, potential rent 2.3 million, divide by square footage 124.15, give us $19.10. And also they have recoveries. On page number 13, I have same rents on Broadway, Portridge, Bannatyne, and King, Airport and Street View. The subject property very well maintained since 2009 to 2023. Prior to reference date, it was posted 7.4 million in renovation to secure lease at net lease $19.10. So based on evidence presented in my report, the market value of subject property at April 1st, 2023, $24,064,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, questions, Mr. Newman?
Page 12 of your report. Again, in the upper right-hand corner, if services are included in the rent, an X is to be put in the box referencing those services. Do you agree, therefore, that the rent includes a variety of services and it is not a net rent?
You would agree that comparable number 1 and 2, units 100 and 200 net rent. It's box checked. Net rent.
I don't think that's an answer to my question.
And if you look on page 11, we have some recoveries.
That's still not an answer to my question. Do you agree that a variety of services like property tax and maintenance and things like that are included in the rent paid by the tenants?
Yes. It's part of recoveries. For a lot of
Partially recovered. Did you So everything on page 6 is model driven, correct?
Model driven, correct.
Did you do an analysis by taking the um, the monthly rent shown on page 12 for each tenant, multiplying it by 12 and dividing it by that tenant's square footage to determine a per square foot rate for each tenant? Did you do that exercise?
And time restricted for preparation for this brief? No. I have 1 hour per brief to prepare evidence.
I understand. All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Ms. Linklater, questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Salian?
Yes, have you inspected this property?
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely accurate describe it based on the data we have on the file.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay, I have no questions that come to mind. So Mr. Newman uh on this property.
Thank you. So the core issue on this property, like some we've had already and more we will have, is the rental rate and the capitalization rate. I asked the assessor whether she had gone through the exercise of calculating the per square foot rate actually paid by each of the tenants. And I always do that. And sometimes it takes me more than an hour to prepare a brief, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. And because that's a good indication of what's actually happening in the building. Now, I know the assessor is trotting out rents, some comparables in the $18, $19, $20 range per square foot. You know, she's got 287 Broadway, which is the corner of Broadway and Smith, at $18.21. Maybe, but that's on the corner of Broadway and Smith. 294 Portage at $20 a square foot net, absolutely flat out wrong. And you will see evidence when we come to 294 Portage, why that is not correct. 140 Bannatyne is the building that is most similar in terms of location. There's a rate of $13.50. That makes a lot more sense to me than some of what the assessor is showing by way of comparables. So if you look at my brief at page 3, what I have done is I've gone into the Exchange District and I've looked for rents in the Exchange District for spaces of a variety of sizes. The Exchange District, again, is outside the city business core. And you can see those rents range from a low of $10.82 done in September of 2022, up as high as $12.50 at 136 Market. And these buildings are all similar in their nature in the sense that at one time they were large warehouse buildings in the Exchange District that over time have been converted and turned into to office buildings. So if you look at my page 3, you'll see down at the bottom, there's a tenant occupying 68,000 square feet. They pay $25.23 gross. And if I can ask you to jump ahead to page 27 for a moment. That's the first page of the questionnaire, if we're there.
Yep.
You can see in the middle column, line 217, total expenses, $1,376,000. you can see my calculation that the expenses are $11.10 a square foot. So what I end up doing is, only because we're here, if you go back to page 25. There's my spreadsheet of the workup. The assessor is working with a blended rate of $16.49. My blended rate is $15.25. And I'm getting to it in two ways. What you see on the spreadsheet are those tenants who have gross leases. I am showing the gross amounts. So Global, Essential Skills, Lombard North, Public Works Canada, I'm showing the gross amount, and then I'm subtracting $11.10 a square foot, which is what the operating costs were in 2022, to get to the net rents. And my net rents on a blended basis turn into $15.25. So $1,892,000 of gross potential income, compared to the assessor's $2,044,000. Now, I say to you, that's valid for two reasons. Firstly, because it reflects what's actually happening in the building. And, you've got 8 or 9 tenants in the building. But secondly, coming back now to page 3 of my brief, if we can do that. I come back to the comparables that I reviewed with you a few moments ago, and you can see that the comparables are not getting us into the $19 net rent range or anything like that. That's the reality of these character type buildings, these older renovated buildings. The rent tends to be at somewhat of a lower basis compared to Class A and Class B buildings. And I'm going to show you Class A and Class B rents because I have rebuttal evidence, which again, Mr. Chair, based on past practice, I know you like me to complete and then go to the rebuttal.
Yes.
So I'll get there. So that's what I've done at the end of the day, is I've used $15.25 a square foot. And I've explained to you, I've gotten there through a combination of the comparables you see, as well as the actual rents in place and netting them down from the gross to the actual net operating income. Then I have a section on non-recoverable expense. And I know we used to spend a lot of time in the last couple cycles on non-recoverable expenses. There are some government leases in these premises. And government leases are never truly fully net. And so the provincial lease doesn't allow the recovery of certain expenses. You can see what they are. The federal government lease, again, it's a semi-gross lease. So there's a base amount built into the rent, and then the increases are capped and limited by the consumer price index. That in theory might lead to a need to alter the non-recoverable expense allowance. I'm not going to do that. So now we come back to capitalization rate, and we come to the same point we were with capitalization rate. Again, we start to talk about the location of the building. We start to talk about just bear with me if you would, for one moment. So, again, we've got, and I don't want to repeat this, you've heard it already, so I'm going to skip the pages. We've got an increased cost of borrowing in the relevant time frame. We've got high vacancy in the office market generally. We've got the True North Square coming into downtown Winnipeg and the domino effect in terms of people being able to move up in terms of location and quality of building. We've got remote work, which has changed things maybe forever, but certainly for the last good number of years, to the point where people are converting office buildings into alternate residential use. We've got the Altus cap rate analysis. And again, we talked about that chart, but if you look at page 17, Altus says the capitalization rate for C-class buildings is 7.75 to 8.25%. This is a C-class building. Again, the attributes of buildings, page 18. Locationally, I say to you, this building is at the end of the line, so to speak. Next stop, Waterfront Drive. It's removed from downtown. It's removed from transit routes. Parking, you have to go find it somewhere in the neighborhood. There's no parking tied to the building. So the collection of those things ultimately becomes a factor. Page 19, again, the OFA buildings, city, 20th and 80th percentile, 6.5%. The B buildings, 7%. This is a C building, and we can certainly debate whether it should be a C building, considering its age. But we'll leave it as a C building. But the city's got the cap rate at 6.5%. And why would a C building locationally poorer than the B buildings and the A buildings, without parking, without surrounding amenities in the form of services and restaurants, why would a building like that get a lower cap than a B building, which again, I'm going to show you the range of what those are. So what I do ultimately is I conclude a capitalization rate of 7.25%. I don't go as high as Altus would, because I want to recognize some things about this building. I want to recognize the work that the landlord has done in the building. But at the same time, you've got to put the rents in the right place. So I'm asking ultimately for a 7.25 cap. And if we come back now to page 25, you see my calculation of $19,803,000. So subject to the questions and then the rebuttal I want to present on this property, that's my evidence.
Okay, Mr. Seelan, Ms. Scheibler, rather, questions.
Yes, please. Let's open page 3. You have presented comparable rent, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that over the time lease rate increase?
Well, one of them is September of 22. 3 others are in the 2020 timeframe. So no, I don't agree that they would increase. These are relatively current leases.
On your comparable 167 Lombard in 2020 was rent for $12 per square foot, correct?
Sorry, rent was?
$12 per square foot since 2020.
Yes.
We already saw my comparables for 93 Lombard. For your information, same building, units 560 and 960, rent in 2022 between $16 per square foot and $17.50.
Well, that's
so leases increase over the time, correct?
Those are not the comparables you brought for this property.
But it was presented already recorded for 93 Lombard. Case, it's our second case today, was presented. So just for records, on page
So just
25.
Let me finish answering that, and because my rebuttal is going to speak to this. What I find interesting is that
You will have rebuttal.
the C and D class building rents that are being presented exceed the extensive survey of rents that the city has done in relation to B class buildings. And I'll show that momentarily in rebuttal.
On your page 25,
Yes,
you presented net rent between $12.90 and $19.60, correct? It's subject property rent, net rent, correct?
correct.
So our estimation of $16.50 is average what you presented, correct?
No, the average of what I presented is $15.25.
I will come back to this because I have to estimate. You didn't post a total estimation, but we see range between $12.60 and $19.60. It will be never average $14. It will be around $16 per square foot, like assessment department assess. Correct?
Is that a question or are you, I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, you didn't present a total average for your net rent. It's subject property, correct?
Well, if you take the 1,892,000 of gross potential income and divide it by the square footage, the average rent is $15.25.
1.8 million.
And it says that in the text of my,
Let's open page 27 of your bridge and we can see net rent 2.3 million, not 1.8 million.
yes, but those are gross rents. To some extent.
Gross rent 3.3 million.
No. Let's just be clear on this. And Mr. Harden, I'm not getting heated and I'm not getting overly excited about this, but let's be clear on this. The $2,367,000 includes a variety of services. So built into that are amounts on account of property tax and maintenance and water. Because if we go to page 29 of my brief and we look at the questionnaire and we look at where the X's are. So for the not the first one, but the second one, Her Majesty Province of Manitoba, that's a net lease. All the other leases are gross, and you can see where the X's are. So property taxes are included in the rent. Hydro is included in the rent. Water and sewer is included in the rent. Maintenance and repair is included in the rent. So $2,367,000 is not a net rent. It's a rent that includes the provision of those services.
Would you agree that subject property very well maintained?
The property is looked after, I agree.
Over 7.4 million. And your capitalization rate, when you apply capitalization rate, you have to see what type of building, how much you have to invest to collect your rent when you estimate capitalization rate for future buyers. He looking how much you have to invest in renovation and what type of how much he want to collect in rent, how purchasers looking for, correct?
Well, it'll depend on the property. Some properties may need substantial renovation to make them usable. Other properties may not need substantial renovation. Obviously, you'll consider things like that in determining what you will pay. The capitalization rate is determined from the sales of other properties, not from your transaction. You rely on the market and other transactions to determine the capitalization rate you will use.
We both agree that potential income, you have 1.9 million, we have 2 million. So our rent similar. So in our case, building very well maintained. So future purchasers know they have to invest not so much to collect same rent we already agree on. So your capitalization very high. So that underestimates a subject property, correct? Market value.
Not correct. When an investor makes a decision to purchase a property, whether they have to put money in by way of maintenance is not the sole criteria. The most important criteria I'll suggest to you is the safety of the investment. And, what is happening in the market? Is the market stable? Is the market uncertain? And again, I come back to, I don't understand how the A building and the B building cap rates are 6.5% and 7%, all of them much better located, and this building not as well located, getting a 6.5 cap. That doesn't make sense to me.
Why you think that this building not well located and close to concert hall, close to Main Street? It's very well.
The concert hall, is that what you said?
Yeah,
Well, it's not that close, first of all, but
it's the same.
it's on the same side of Main Street. I'll agree with that. I don't think the concert hall is a big draw for people who work in office buildings. People don't decide to locate in an office because the concert hall is on Main Street.
But we have very good bus connection to all tenants who in this building. Would you agree?
You have good bus connections on.
What
Main
most
Street.
important for office building?
Just listen, please. You have good bus connections on Main Street. This building is essentially at the river. So it's not the best bus connection. Those buildings in the central business core between Main Street and Memorial, between Portage and Broadway, have far, far better bus connections.
Let's open page number 5 of my brief. You can see Lombard and Waterfront. It's not far. Intersection Lombard and Waterfront, the subject property located. It's not far from Main Street and Concert Hall. It's few blocks. Would you agree?
I don't want to belabor this. The
No
geography
further
is
questions.
the geography. So let's have a difference of opinion on proximity to transit.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Seelan, questions?
Yes, have you inspected this property?
I have,
What's your
again,
rating of the condition?
it's a well looked after property. This property owner has pride of ownership. They look after their properties. They do a good job. They're detail oriented. Their attention to detail follows through to me in terms of what they've shown me and what I've done. So, I mean, bottom line is it's absolutely a reasonable quality building.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Linklater?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, and I have no questions, so Mr. Newman on your rebuttal.
Yes. We would
1
have
second, I
members-
have to open rebuttal if I have.
Mr.
Is-
Chair, if you'll go into your OneDrive folder, you'll see that the rebuttal is in there.
Is okay. OFB Marketplace Study?
Yes.
Okay,
So this is an extensive marketplace study, as the city has done for a couple of cycles now, on the A buildings and the B buildings. And I'm bringing it before you because we've talked a lot about put the building in its proper place in the spectrum. And we've talked a lot about different types of buildings. We've talked about rents, but here's a comprehensive analysis. So on page number 2, the pages are sort of, it's the first page after the cover page numbers located along the bottom, sort of in the, almost the middle of the page. You'll see that the stabilized 2020 to 2022 rent, 3-year average, 3-year weighted average, 3-year median for B-class office buildings is $15.44, $14.93, $15. You'll see the vacancy. Again, 3-year average, weighted average, median, 17.9, 18.8, 14.4. The shortfall, you'll see it's 1410, 1484, 1424. And the shortfall allowed here is $10. So, and then they do the same thing from outside sources. In the lower half of the page, Cushman and Wakefield and the Johnson report providing similar data. And then if we turn the page and continuing on pages 3 through 8, what you get is a review of specific buildings. And I want you to give attention to where these buildings are, because this is the inventory of B buildings. 330 St. Mary Avenue. That's an opposite corner from the Delta Hotel, across the street from Boston Pizza on St. Mary, underground parking connected to the walkway. 240 Graham, the Cargill building I referred to earlier, underground parking connected to the walkway. 444 St. Mary Avenue, once known as the Inner City Gas Building, underground and adjacent parking, a little bit connected to the walkway, but not tied into the main walkway because there's a gap between the convention center and these buildings on St. Mary. 220 Portage, the Royal Bank Building, as it's often known as. So this building is right at the Portage and Main complex. Again, connected to the walkway, underground parking through Winnipeg Square. 161 Portage. So this building is interesting because it actually is, I think, probably the closest B building to the subject buildings on Lombard. You can see the rent is a little bit lower. It's under $15. This building is connected to the underground walkway system, so you can go indoors. Well, maybe you still can. I guess I'm not sure what's going to happen with the underground concourse at Portage and Main, but leave that aside. 175 Hargrave, that's where Oscars is on the main floor. 200 Main, 1661 Portage gets us into a suburban building. That's by Route 90. 386 Broadway, that's the old Manulife building on the south side of Broadway. You can see the rents start to come down in these buildings to below $15. 363 Broadway, underground parking, the corner of Broadway and Carlton. And again, you can see the rents start to come down. 330 Portage, the Newport Center building, connected to the walkway. So again, I just wanted you to have a sense of these buildings. I wanted you to have a sense of what a B-class building is and where they're located. And I wanted you to have a sense of what the rents are, because with respect, I don't think they're as high as the assessor is suggesting. So that's my rebuttal.
All right, Ms. Scheibel, questions on the rebuttal?
Just for record, subject property Class C building on all our 8 dockets today, no any Class B building. It doesn't make sense, this rebuttal.
Well, okay, that's
No
not a question.
questions, because it's
Okay.
completely different properties. We're looking for market evidence for subject property Class C building. That's it. Let's be
Okay.
specific. This rebuttal don't apply any property on today's docket. No any property Class B building.
All right.
It's my comment. Thank you.
That's not a question. Ms. Linklater, any questions on this?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Phelan.
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. And of course, having heard an appeal on 444 St. Mary's, I am familiar with this already, where it's presented in evidence. Thank you very much, and we will take from that what we may. Does either party wish a summation?
Yes, please. Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence, determine the best conclusion of the market value. The two main areas of disagreement are rent and capitalization rate. In our case, rent very close. Our gross potential 2 million, agent 1.9 million. A big disagreement for capitalization rate. Subject property very well maintained to collect rent of, by our estimation, $16.50 per square foot, what we have assessed. They involve very well maintained 7.4 million just to keep this rent collect. They invest in future collection of this good rent. So our capitalization rate derived by model 6.5%, very well support is existing condition of the building. Agent asking for much higher rent that undervalued market value of subject property. So based on evidence in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, 24,064,000. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Newman.
Very brief and one comment. The rebuttal is presented just to give you the spectrum of the properties, and as I've said from the outset, it's all about putting these buildings in their proper place in the spectrum of the office market. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. We will move on to 115 Bannatyne. Yes.
File number 24-3549, roll number 130-960-43000. 2025 assessment with reference day April 1st, 2023 is 5,543,000. The subject property office building located on land area 17,872 square feet. With basement area in plan area 11, very close, over 11,000 square feet. Gross floor area subject property 58,354. We did assess leasable area on 39,217 square feet. The subject property relocated 170 Change District, downtown. If you look on page number 2, the subject property rent average $12.27 per square foot. It's according to income expense Miller provided to us. So you can see base rent. I just put a number I was looking from income expense Miller. We can find there. So average $12.27. Subject property located in downtown. Irregular shape of the building, like triangles. We can see on page number 4, air view of subject property, street view of subject property on page number 5. And on page number 6, location not far from corner of Bannatyne and waterfront, close to the river. It's only 2 blocks away from Main Street, Bannatyne Main Street. So subject property located zoning D, downtown living sector. Intent and change to primary residential areas. Use of building is extended to be primary residential. The building form range from 2-story century homes to low-rise walk-up apartment to high-rise condominium. Urban design review intent to enhance the pedestrian environment. On page number 7, started subject property market at home. So subject property has a parking lot, outside parking lot of 19 stalls. We estimate that monthly net units rent $92 per stall, give us net operating income 20,976 square feet, 76. On page number 7, I presented 4 parking lot. very close to the subject property. Bannatyne, Lombard, Bannatyne in McDermott and Hargrave. So it shows that stabilized net operating income per stall per month, $130. We assess $92. So for this stream, overall capitalization rate 4.5%. It's for all parking lot in downtown. Capitalization rate to be consistent 4.5%. If I estimate value for parking lot, 466,000. On page number 8, subject property class C building, we assess 39,216 square feet at $12.59. It's very close to reported overall rent for subject property. Give us potential rent $493,630. For this type of building, we apply vacancy 13% to be consistent and fair across similar properties in the city downtown. We apply expenses not recoverable 3% and shortfall $10 per square foot for vacant space. I presented on page 8 on bottom same rent comparables for Office C building on Broadway, 287 Broadway, 294 Broadway, Portridge, 240 Bannatyne, and 130 King Street. So I will don't go further because I already presented my evidence. They have average $17.82. We apply $12.59. So models generate very close rate for existing building. So for this type of property, net operating income for class C, it's $365,579. Overall capitalization rate 7.2%. If I estimate value for office building, 5.077 million. On page number 9, summary. So for potential rent for both stream, $540,589. We apply overall vacancy loss 1247 because parking no vacancy. It doesn't make sense. Okay. Overall capitalization. Okay. Net operating income in summary. Please cross dollar signs. It's no any signs. 386,555. Overall capitalization rate for whole property 6.97%. Give us estimate value, market value of $5,543,000. On page number 10, following capitalization rate summary table. On page number 12-13, income expense mailer provided to us. How estimate net patent net lease and all tenants from page 14, 15 to 16. So on page 16, I presented how much information or permits taken by owner to
Okay, once
prepare.
again, I will point out the board puts no weight on alterations or on permits.
But this alteration will affect capitalization rate derived by model. Like I say, if good maintenance was done, structural repairs, interior repairs, capitalization rate will be much lower because it's less investment risk by buying this property. So in this property from 1999, 2.8 million investment. So it's very well maintained property to generate existing income, what a landlord collected from the tenants. On page number 17, I presented their photos and street view of my comparables plus C buildings. So based on evidence presented in my report, the April 1st, 2023, market value of subject property, $5,543,000. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Newman?
Page 2 of your brief. when you do the calculation, getting you to $12.27 a square foot, do you take into account the fact that some of the leases are gross or semi-gross?
If you open page 12, you can see we have income of base rent of $468,368.97. It's take out vacancy cost, pre-rent, but we have parking revenue, casual parking, storage space, plus recovery started. Common area recovery, tax recoveries, and management fee recoveries. It shows that base rent, it's net rent, plus recoveries. All gross rent, potential gross rent, over 919,000 for subject property.
Ms. Scheibel, did you read the rent roll to see that some of the tenants do not pay certain expenses, which means it's a gross or semi-gross lease? That's a yes or no question.
I showed what I read on page 12. We can see that we have hydro paid by owner, hydro water, and 19,000. So let's look for rent roll. Let's be specific. Page 14.
But my question, stop.
One comment. You ask me when I read. We will read together, and I will prove it that it's net rent.
That's not my question. My question is whether before you did the calculation on page 2 of your brief, did you take into account that some of the leases are gross or semi-gross? That's a yes or no question.
In our case, it's net leases, and we can see line by line. Units 1 or 2 on page 14, base rent $11.76. They have a pay management fee, they have utilities, so it's gross, it's net lease. Units 1 or 4, they pay base rent, net.
Okay, wait, we're going through this again.
It's very important. And
You
plus
don't
they
need to go through every one.
No, we will just step with one. Let's look
No,
on units 1 or 2. It's very important.
We've heard this argument on 3 properties now.
No,
Let's just move on and feel it. We've got still 5 properties or 4 properties to do after this one. So let's move on.
With all respect, it's very important. We will go in only for one tenant, and I prove it that it's completely net rent. It's very
city's
important.
usually modeled anyhow. So let's just move on.
It's very important. Because we look on only it's take 5 minutes on your time and it's no confusion anymore.
Okay, which one?
Units 1 or 2. Let's look together. So these tenants occupied 2,200 square feet, size 2020. It's very current lease. First charge, base rent, $2,186,000, or annual rent, $11.76. Tenants pay for management fee, $6.59. It's so small.
It looks to be 59 cents.
59 cents, sorry. 59-cent management fee. It's recovered from tenants to landlord. They pay a common area estimation. It's utilities, $7.27. He pay parking, but we don't look on parking because we estimate parking streams separate. They pay tax estimated. Each tenants pay for taxes. For T-specific, 3.11. So you can see that $23.31 is gross lease paid by tenants. So it's that's why owner showed base rent, net rent, $11.76 for tenants, and rest recovered from tenants. That's why we can see on our page 12 recoveries. It's clean net rent. If you look each
Okay,
property.
Mr. Newman, what's your response to this?
I didn't need her to go through this. My simple question was, when she did the calculation on page 2, did she take into account the fact that some of the tenants are gross or semi-gross leases? That was my question, because if you look at page 16 and you look at the tenant for unit 403, you don't see any tax recovery. Sorry, you don't see any common area estimate.
You can open page 16 and unit 403 on top. They pay rent $21.50. It's net, net, but they pay gross rent $24.31. They pay management fee, administration fee in tax estimation.
And
So
where's
it's
the
net rent.
common area?
It's covered by administration fee, management fee. Because that's why for our income approach, all our information shows that management fee every time recovered from the tenants. That's why we stop putting this extra expenses. We
Okay.
have only 3% not recovered expenses. Thank
All
you.
right. Look, Mr. Chairman, I'll say simply, it would be helpful to all of us when a simple question is asked, whether we got a simple answer. It would save everybody time. So I'm not going to ask the witness any further questions because we don't have, I didn't bring my sleeping bag. We don't have enough time. I'll leave it there. I'll address it in my presentation. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Seelan, any questions?
Have you personally inspected this property?
Although I have not inspected it, the subject property, I am able to completely, accurately describe it based on data we have on file.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Linklater.
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Newman, you can begin.
Thank you. So we have 3 issues on this property. One is the question of the rent. The other is the question of the capitalization rate on the building as a whole. And the third is the question of what to do with the parking stream of income. Let me start there and say simply, this parking lot is essentially dedicated to the building. Yes, in the evening, because of its proximity to the concert hall and its proximity to the theater center, it will generate some traffic, but daytime, it is dedicated to the building. Nobody is going to sell the parking stream of income separately from the building. They're one and the same. It's a whole. You need both to support the revenue generated by the building. So the use of a 4.5% capitalization rate, which the assessor says is the rate used throughout downtown. It's what the assessor tries to use, but my information is that board decisions over the last month have pushed back at that and have granted, I'm told, 5.5% in some cases. But my point simply is that nobody is selling the stream of income associated with a parking lot separate from the building. Therefore, the parking lot should have the same capitalization rate as the building. That's my presentation on that issue. Now, on the question of rents, let's come back. This is a heritage building as well. If you look at my brief at page 2, there's the designation, there's the listing. Again, it's a grade 2 listing, which means that the exterior has got to be preserved. The rental rate, we're actually not that far off. As the assessor started to reference when she responded to my questions, a great number of the tenants are paying $11.76 a square foot. But a couple of them are on gross or semi-gross leases. And so what I did to address the rent is I looked to the marketplace And you can see on my page 4, a variety of rental rates, from buildings that are nearby. 123 Bannatyne is the adjacent property, immediately adjacent property, a lease done September 1 of 2022. You can see that the rates from these comparables range from $10.82 to $12. None of them are at $12.59, which is the assessor's rent. The majority of rents in the building are at $11.76. That falls squarely within the range of the comps. I use $11.76. So you've got a difference in net operating income, $467,000 and change from me, and $493,000 and change from the assessor. Then the capitalization rate on the building. The building's at 7.2. I put the building at 7.5. Simple reason I've done that is because it's got a heritage designation. As Altus notes, and that's in their study, that brings a 25 basis point premium. Altus also notes that a C-class building brings with it capitalization rates ranging from 7.75 to 8.25%. I put this one at the very, very low end of the range, indeed, even below that at 7.5%, because I think that's reasonable considering the quality of the building. I have been in this building as well. And again, it's one of these older buildings that's been redone. It's well looked after, but you know, again, it is as old as it's old. I come back to you the same point. If the A and B buildings are at 6.5 and 7, and I acknowledge the assessors at 7.2 on this one. And remember, I said at the outset, you're going to see an interesting spectrum of capitalization rates on this building, on these buildings on this docket. I just remind you of that, and I'll remind you of that at the end. So at the end of the day, if you look at my page 24, you can see that my value is all driven by a 7.5 cap, slightly different gross potential income and therefore net operating income on the building. Parking, I'm using the assessor's net operating income, but I'm capitalizing it at a slightly higher amount. And at the end of the day, my combined value is $4,848,000 compared to the assessor's $5,543,000. I'm open for questions.
Any questions, Ms. Scheibel?
By using $11.76 per square foot, you admitted that it's a net rent presented and tenants roll.
I admit that those tenants who have the rent of $11.76 are net. The other tenants, there is no recovery of certain expenses, as I said to you when I was asking you the questions. So yes, many of them are net, but not all of them. Thank you.
According to my investigation, we did exercise together each unit's net rent, just for records. Let's open page.
Now, Mr. Chairman, do we have to go through every single tenant, which is what the question is asking?
Well,
we
the board is aware of the controversy between the differences of opinion between the whether all the rents are net or not, and we will consider that in our deliberations. But let's move on from this.
On page number 4, you presented rent comparables, and we already established that 167 Lombard in 2020 was rent for $12, but in 2022, $16 and $17.50, correct?
No, I don't agree that those rents are correct. You show me the rent rolls and we'll talk about it. Those rents are excessively high for C and D class buildings, so I don't accept them.
So evidence, please, for record, my brief or 93 Lombard Avenue, file number 24-3327, showed two rent comparables on 167 Lombard, units 560, rent for $16 per square foot, over 3,000 square feet, and same building, 167 Lombard Avenue, units 960, rent in 2022 for $17.50. My next question, we're going to page, on page 15, you presented in capitalization rate comparables, 6 rent comparables. In your opinion, which best represents subject property?
Well, occasionally, the one that is closest is 433 Main. Because that is Main at Bannatyne.
But, okay.
But the properties, the 1, 2, and 3, they're somewhat different in the sense that they're not heritage properties like the subject is. So they're not exact.
So your comparables, cap rate comparables doesn't represent subject property capitalization rate, correct?
Say that again, sorry.
Your comparables, 6 cap rate comparables, it's completely different to the subject property. So you don't rely on your 6 comparables.
Well, they're not completely different, but they're not an exact mix. They are sales in the relevant time frame. Again, 433 Main, comparable number 3, is the closest locationally. But it is a much newer building than the subject. It's not heritage designated. So, you know, there's different variables with each of them. And again, it comes back to the concept of putting these buildings in the right place in the spectrum.
And we already established that your comparable number 2 and 3 on Carlton and Main Street redeveloped to residential property, correct?
Not all
So
of
we
it.
have to ignore this capitalization rate.
Not
estimation.
all of it, a portion.
And your comparable 4, 5, and 6, 1 and 2 floor building, it's no how similar to the subject property, correct?
That's right. They're different locations.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Ms. Linklater, any questions?
Just one quick question. This building has heritage status or historical, correct? Grade.
It does, that's correct. It's shown on page 2 of my brief.
And you have inspected the property?
I have been in the property, yes.
Can you just very briefly describe the interior of the property or what makes it a heritage property?
So, and again, it's a lot of these buildings in the Exchange District, obviously, they're built turn of the century, the 20th century rather, not the 21st, or just before. And you know, Winnipeg was in its heyday before the Panama Canal, etc. So lots of warehouse space was needed, and lots of these buildings were built. Over time, other forms of transportation passed Winnipeg by. The buildings fell into disuse, and people started to think about converting them. And so what you've got in a lot of these buildings, and it's common, you've got the old wooden floors in you know, better or poorer shape depending on the building. You've got brickwork throughout, similar to what's on the exterior. You've got exposed beams in various places. And of course, to accommodate what I'll call the more modern day offices, people make changes to that, but a lot of the time what you end up with is open concept offices in these places. And you also end up sometimes with a hodgepodge of spaces. So what makes it a heritage building, I think for these ones, is primarily the exterior element, the window archways, for example, you know, that style. These are the things that the city, if you look at my page 21, you know, you can see the windows and the round, the half round, half circle windows, I'll call them. These are the features that you know, made these buildings attractive. And it's interesting, just as an observation, when you think about modern warehouse buildings today, they're big boxes with not a window to be found. And yet, you know, 125 years ago, when they built these things as warehouses, look at all the windows they put in. Who was smarter? I don't know the answer. But that's what makes it heritage.
I'm assuming the mechanicals have been upgraded.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I thank you, Mr. Newman. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Seelman.
All my questions have been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right, I have no questions that haven't been asked and answered. It's time 11:45. Let's take a 10-minute break here and then come back and try and power our way through the rest of the docket. Does anybody have any time constraints for the afternoon?
No,
All right. Carrie, any time constraints? You're muted.
Sorry. No.
All right, then let's, do they need the boardroom this afternoon?
Mr. Chair, if we have to go over, that's fine. There's no problem.
Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, then we'll come back and do, hopefully power through the last 4 properties on the agenda, although one is, look like it might be a bit of an effort. Okay, thank you. We'll come back at 11:55. All right, welcome back. We will move to Unit 100 of 1 Portage Avenue East. So, Ms. Scheibel, you can begin.
File number 24-3119, roll number 12097806435. We assess 2025 years. Its reference day April 1st, 2023 at 1,664,000. The subject property office building has plan area 5,466 square feet, same gross and leasable area. On page number 2, we see the subject property located in downtown. On page number 7, a regular shape of land. It's corner Pioneer Avenue in Waterfront Drive. It's Winnipeg Gold Tie Baseball Club owner. On page number 4, more air photos and street view. The subject property zoning C character sector, like previous three cases. Don't repeat myself. On page number 6, we assess by income approach 5,466 square feet at $15.83. Give us potential rent $86,527. On same page and bottom, I presented comparables on McDermott. It's an old building for 10,000 square feet, rent in $17.37. 239 Portage Avenue, rent for $17.40, old building as well. 221 Portage Avenue at $18.62. 2 comparables on 167 Lombard on units 560, 5th floor, rent in 2022 for $16 per square foot, 3.3 thousand square feet, and units on 9th floor 960, rent in 2012, 2022 lease started at $17.50. Same Lombard, 167 Lombard, agent showed at $12 per square foot. It showed that lease increase as 2020 to 2022 significant. My last comparables on 213 Notre Dame, Listen, $17.85. So our average $17.47. Weight average for all together area for 18,964 square feet at $17.26. So we assess less than $16 per square foot at low range of market rent. We apply 11% vacancy, similar for this type of property. We consider it office under 4-story building. We apply expenses not recoverable 3% and shortfall $8 per square foot on vacant space. So subject property is 100% owner occupied, but we give 11% vacancy and we apply shortfall $8 per square foot for this 11% vacancy. Give us net operating income 69,889. Capitalization rate generated by the model for 4.2%. Because it's unique building, we have to assess somehow. It will be give us 1,664,000. On page 10, started all my comparables. First comparable 114 Gary Street. You can see building. It's a 3-floor building built in 1995 at $18 per square foot for 74,000 square feet. $18 per square foot. We assess less than for 4,500 square feet at $16. Another comparables sorry, I present different page. My table wrong. Forget about my table because the property. We go into my comparables. Okay, my first comparables 114 Gary Street. It's 3-story building, OFC like subject property. Lease in January 2023 at $18 over 74,000 square feet. My second comparables 171 Donald Street on 4th floor. It's lease in 2023 for $22 per square foot. My comparables on page 12. Old building built 1907, 2-floor buildings that why it's class is S for us, under 4th floor. Lease in 2021 for over 4,000 square feet and $15.81. Comparables on page 13. So this old building, so this net lease, $15.81 should be upward adjustment for age of the building. On page 13, we have 62 Hargrave, units 05 at $15.10. It's built in 1959. It's very old, compared 1993 of subject property. It should be upward adjustment for the rent. My comparables on 387 Broadway, built in 1936. Should be upward adjustment, but still this 9,100 square feet rent at $18.24. My comparables on page 15, 226 Osborne, units 204, old building 949 compared to subject property, rent at $19.41. So our assessment on page number 6 at less than $16 per square foot. It's a lowest range of market rent. On page 16 and 17, we have income expense Miller presented for us. It showed gross rent. So, and following by property assessment and appeal. So, both evidence presented in my brief. The April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, 1,664,000. Thank you.
All right, questions, Mr. Newman?
So are you telling us that the list of comparables on page 6 of your brief should be ignored and we should
Correct.
look at the photos?
Yeah, we have to look on photos and all leases, full lease information presented on the top of the page. So it have to be summarized in one table. Sorry for my mistake. It's huge pressure,
All right.
time consuming. So my comparables, yeah, 114 Gary, 171 Donald, all information what's supposed to be in this table here.
Yes, I've got it. All right, I just wanted to clarify. On your page 3, you're showing a photo of the baseball stadium. On your page 4, you're showing another photo of the baseball stadium. I think you told us, I know you told us, that the subject was located at the corner of Pioneer and Waterfront.
Yeah, where all property located, correct.
But I'm gonna suggest to you, it's not actually at the corner of Pioneer and Waterfront. And if you look at your page 5, it's effectively, if you look at the word Pioneer on the street, it's effectively in the area of the NEER, and not at the corner. Do you agree?
What does mean an error? Could you repeat question, please?
It's located approximately where the word Pioneer appears on page 5 for the street, not at the corner of Pioneer and Waterfront.
Whole baseball stadium on corner Pioneer and Waterfront, but we're looking for specific area space of only over around 5.5 thousand square feet. Yes, it will be because it's name of Pioneer, Portridge. I'm confusing too. Why it's Portridge name? Okay, doesn't matter. It's there somewhere inside this building. If you look on page number 4,
I agree. It's there somewhere.
entrance front, Shaw Park, something in this building specific for this club area.
You also said it's 100% owner occupied. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't the tenant here Pattison Sign?
But it's owner occupied or one tenant occupied. Yes, if you look on page number 17, we have lease Patterson on Outdoor Advertising Limited occupied.
I didn't appreciate that owner occupied and single tenant mean the same thing, but I
For
understand now.
us during assessment, if it's one tenant and owner occupied, it's important when we do assessment. It's for us, it's similar because it's one tenant or owner occupied.
And your page 6 is all model driven, correct?
Correct.
And the capitalization rate is 4.2%. And if we look at your page 8, the city's capitalization rate chart, we don't see 4.2% anywhere on that chart, do we?
We don't see because this chart only 60%, but it's a very unique property. And it's inside all 100% of the property. So model generate 4.2% for this piece.
Why is it unique? What's unique about it?
Because it's a part of sport area. And we have to somehow to assess this. So model generate and crunch number to 4.2%.
But it's an office. It's used as an office by Pattison Sign. Why is it different than any other office? What's unique about it?
Because you can see land area only 5 square feet. It's part of a huge another property.
Well, okay, I don't understand that. Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, was that all your questions?
That's all my questions. Yes,
Oh,
thank you.
okay. Sorry, I didn't understand that.
Yeah, my
Uh,
apologies.
Ms. Linklater, any questions?
Just one quick question. Ms. Scheibel, did you inspect this property?
I didn't inspect, but I'm able to complete accurate describe it based on the data we have on file.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all my questions.
Okay, Mr. Seelan.
Yes, what does OFS stand for? We've had OFC, we've had OFB.
It's a unique property. It is OFC property usually for suburban area, but this property office is under 4th floor. Less as 4th floor, it will be OFC property, S property.
Okay, so it's under 4 floors.
Correct. That's why my comparables, all my comparables, not more as 4th floor, yeah.
Okay. Question, do you not have any newer comparables?
Yeah. My comparables started on page 10. It's what exists, this type of property across the downtown.
Mhm. But
And
do you not have any newer properties? I see that the properties are quite old.
no, because it's downtown, we have old properties. Downtown developed long time ago.
Mhm. Hmm. Okay, so question is this specifically the ballpark, or does this property take into account just the offices? Because I see it's listed as Winnipeg Gold Eyes Baseball, but you have a tenant. Is it the whole ballpark, or is it
It's
just the offices?
or just office space of 5.5 thousand, but rest of the property owned by Sam, Winnipeg Golden Baseball Club.
Okay, and the rest of the property has nothing to do with this assessment?
No, doesn't have, yeah, only it is a place occupied by tenants.
Okay.
Inside is whole construction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. So this is actually in the ballpark itself.
Correct.
All right. Would it sell separately from the ballpark?
No. So it's
Okay.
more income approach, very artificial, just to assess this business assessment in this property.
Yeah, I believe this.
It's very artificial.
There's other properties within the ballpark there on their own separate roll number, I believe, too.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions there. So, Mr. Newman, you can begin.
So, if I can ask the panel to look at the assessor's brief, page 4. There's a photo that I think will be helpful to this last bit of questioning that was asked.
Okay.
So, some of us may remember that the ballpark was expanded after it was initially built. And part of that expansion took the form of additional stands down the foul line, down the edge of the baseball stadium, parallel to Pioneer. And what was constructed there's a clay oven restaurant located on the 2nd floor in the ballpark. And if you look at that overhead photo, you can see sort of the green canopy at the end of the building. You go up an elevator, you get into clay oven. Clay oven's got a patio that overlooks the playing field. So in theory, you can go and watch and eat. When the assessor said the premises are at Pioneer and Waterfront, they're not. Because you can see at Pioneer and Waterfront, there's actually nothing there but parking lot. The premises are further west along Pioneer, which is a one-way street heading westbound. In my brief, and I'll take you to it in a moment, there's a photo of the doorway of the premises. So they are part of a building upon which the stands, and you can see the stands along the right field foul line. And so those stands, and there's boxes above those stands. And so this structure is where the boxes are located, the stands rest against it. And then what they did is on the exterior of that structure, they put an office, which is where Pattison Sign is, and they put Clay Oven, which is the restaurant that I just described to you. So it's certainly adjacent to the ballpark. It's certainly within the same structure that forms a part of the ballpark in the sense that some of the suites and the stands rest against it. But it's not really part of the ballpark itself. It got its own separate assessment rule. I'm not really sure why, frankly, but it did. Clay Oven has its own separate assessment rule as well. And so the assessor describes it as unique. And I guess it's unique in the sense that it's related to the ballpark. But at the end of the day, the question is, how much would somebody pay for these premises in this location? And what that then leads us to is, as has been often the case today, two questions: cap rate and rent. So there's an actual lease in place with Pattison Signs. They've been there for some time. They, like others, have downsized. They've got 5,500 odd square feet. And at maximum, 6 people who work there, because most of them work remotely. I suggest to you, no investor is going to buy this property for $1,664,000, because the property is essentially in no man's land. If you think about where offices are located, and we come back to some of the prior conversations we've had, proximity to transit, proximity to services, proximity to restaurants, proximity to other office buildings. This one is an island. It's on its own. It's not surrounded by the amenities and services that benefit from office buildings. And that's not surprising in some way. Why would somebody who operates a tailor shop, for example, put a tailor shop out on Pioneer? There's nobody around it. So two issues again. The actual lease in place is $13.23 a square foot. This property's on the periphery of downtown Winnipeg. And so what I did is I looked for rents on the periphery. And I went to an office building at 471 Portage, which is the Rice Financial Center. So it's adjacent immediately east of the University of Winnipeg. There are a series of leases done in there in the the $12.50, $10.50 range. I suppose we could have gone back into the Exchange District, like the balance of the properties we've just heard in the prior appeals, and we could have looked at some of those as comparables. Taking into account the rental rate in place, taking into account the comparables I identified, I suggested the rent should not exceed $13, and I used that. Let me turn to cap rate. I don't know where a cap rate of 4.2% comes from. If I got $1,664,000, and let's be clear, this is not a cheap property. You got to have some significant capital to buy this property. If I got $1,664,000, am I going to pay almost 25 times the net operating income in order to buy this property in this location? When I can get a GIC for over 5% at this point in time? I think the simple answer is I'm not going to. I don't know what is causing the model to fix the cap rate at 4.2%. But we come back to everything I've been saying, the best downtown office buildings, the Class A's, the city says the 20th and 80th percentile is 6.5. The best Class B office buildings, city says 20th and 80th percentile, 7%. They call this an OFS, a suburban, but as the assessor explains, that's because it's under 4 stories. Well, I don't much care how many stories it is. The question is, how attracted am I going to be to this property? 4.2% just cannot be the correct capitalization rate. Even suburban office buildings, which the city on there, if you look at page 17 of my brief, the city puts suburban office buildings in the range of 5.25 to 6.75%. A-class suburban office buildings. I just don't think this building is an A-class suburban office building. I think it's a building that's in no man's land in the middle of nowhere. I think the risk has to be at least as high as the B-class office buildings, if not higher. And so ultimately what I do is I select a 7% capitalization rate. And if you look at my page 19, you see the conclusion, and you also see the photo of the doorway to the building along Pioneer, fronting onto Pioneer. That's how you get into the premises. And I fix a value of $807,000 using $13 and a 7% cap, compared to the assessor's $15.83 and a 4.2% cap. Obviously, capitalization rate is the biggest factor in your decision. I'm open to questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel.
Yes, please. Please open page 14. Let's pretend subject property stand-alone building. And in your sales, your comparable number 4 has 8,000 square feet. How much they sell for?
$1,502,000.
1.5 million, correct?
Yes,
And on your page,
with a 6.96% capitalization rate.
on your page number 22, you use existing rent for the subject property, correct?
I use $13.
This rent was negotiated in April 1st, 2016, correct?
Yes,
So we already established the over time rent going up.
no,
So
we
from
haven't,
2016 to 2023, 7 years prior to reference date, your rent, existing rent, should be upward adjustment, correct?
no, we have not established that rents have gone up. In fact, I think the exact opposite has happened in downtown Winnipeg through the combination of the construction of True North Square, the flight of workers from downtown Winnipeg. All sorts of offices have downsized. Rents aren't going up, rents are going down.
No further questions. Oh, no, let's open page number 3. Your rent on 471 Portridge was negotiation 2020, correct?
And 22.
And for this specific property, rent going down, how you can explain it?
I don't understand the question.
And for your property, 471 Portridge, it's far away from from subject property. But you found rents that going down. How you can explain what's wrong with this property?
What's going down? What are you saying is going down?
Rent in 2020 was negotiated $12.50, and 2022 at $10 or 50 cents. Why rent going down? What you know about this property?
What I know about this property, and this property is coming up on the docket. This property has become a property that is substantially occupied by the University of Winnipeg and the University of Brandon. It is also occupied by the city of Winnipeg to some extent. The reality is the demand for this building it has diminished over the years, and that's why the rent has come down.
Would you agree that this university is already inside in building? They have the power to negotiate lower rent. Would you agree?
It's possible. But
No further questions.
they'll only have that power because of the absence of other demand.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Seelan, any questions?
Have you inspected this property?
I have not inspected this one.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Linkler?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have no questions either. So let me open the next property first of all. So we're going to 294 Portage.
File
So-
number.
Yep, you can begin.
File number 24-3905. Roll number 12093320000. The subject property located on 294 Portage Avenue. We assess 2025. This reference day April 1st, 2023 at 11,360,000. We have a taxable party portion of 8,246,000. Institutional property tax school exemption for 3,150,000. The subject property office building, 9-floor building, old building built in 1908, with land area of 16,920 square feet, land area 600,182 square feet, basement area 17,311 square feet. So gross floor area 165,368 square feet. We assess only 106,747 square feet because this old building, some part it's not part of lease. On page number 2, the subject property was sold in 2018 at 11,432,500. We assess 11.36 million. The subject property existing lease overall at $23.61. One current lease, size 2022 at $20 per square foot. Subject property located in downtown. On page number 3, airport of subject property. You already see it's a 9-floor building. This building on page number 4, located zoning M, multiple use sector. This sector zoning intend to encourage the range of uses, types, activities, and building type typical to diverse and vibrant central business district. The built form is also diverse, ranging from high-rise towers at Portage and Main to more intimate scale building along Graham Avenue. Urban design reviewed its intent to enhance pedestrian comfort and encourage high-quality building form. The subject property located 161 South Portage neighborhood. And I presented 5 comparables from same neighborhood, very close to the subject property. My first comparable, 207 Donald on my floor, rent in 2020 for $10. Comparable second, 27 Donald on second floor, rent in 2021 for $10. Comparable on 280 Main Street, very old building, 1912, 24,300 square feet, rent at $11 per square foot. Comparables on 287 Broadway, third floor, 305 units, rented 2021 at $18.21. Comparables on 305 Broadway, units 500 on fifth floor, rent for $13 per square foot, and give us average $12.44. Weight average adds for all together 39,198 square feet for all my comparables at $11.90. And media of my comparables 11. Let's look on our estimation of market and home. Class C building located 161 South Portage neighborhood. On page number 7, you can see that we assess total area of 73,405 square feet at $12.12. And we apply $13 vacancy to be fair and similar to this type of building across downtown. Expenses not recovered 3% and shortfall $10 per square foot for vacant space. It gives us net operating income of $655,481. Model generate for this stream 7.95%, give us estimate value taxable $8,245,000. On page number 8, it will be similar. It's estimation of exemption portion of 33,342 square feet at $10.34. We apply same vacancy 13%, 3% not recoverable expenses, and shortfall $10 per square foot to occupied vacant space. Give us net operating income $247,675. Model generates same capitalization rate 7.95%. So exemption portion of $3,150,000. On page number 9, summary of page. So for potential rent, 1.2 million, we apply vacancy loss 13%, expenses not recovered 3%, shortfall $10 per square foot. Give us net operating income. Please cross number dollar signs. Net operating income, no any measurement. It's 903,156 square feet. Model generates 7.95%. Give us estimation of market value of subject property at April 1st, 2023, $11,360,000. On page 12, income expense mailer presented to us with all rents inside. Through page 17. On page number 18, let's look on my comparables. Subject property, 9th floor building. All my comparables, same land, same type of building. My comparables on 227 Donald Street, rent for $10. Comparables on 280 Main Street, old building 1912, like subject property land for $11 per square foot, but it's 24,300 square feet. Smaller space, rent higher. On page 20, multi-floor building on 287 Broadway, rent for $18.21. On page 21, 305 Broadway, rent for $13 per square foot. On page 22, let's look on permit was requested by landlord for interior alteration for new tenants coming in. For his design, tenant's design, how should be interior alteration done? So landlord put 1.3 million between 2019 and 2022. So building very well maintained. That's why tenants generate a lease of $20 per square foot. Current lease you can see on page number 2. So based on evidence presented in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property, 11,360,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions, Mr. Newman?
Page 2. You're showing rent revenue of $1,981,000. Do you agree that's a gross number? Yes or no?
One page. I miss one page in common expenses Miller. I could not verify, but it was on first page. 1 second, maybe I can. If you open page 17. No. I miss one page, I cannot verify it.
Okay, let's leave it there. I think your brief is missing a page, but we'll circle back to that. On page 2, you reference a tenant, 703460 Manitoba Limited.
Correct,
Are you saying their rent is $20 a square foot net?
correct.
How do you know that?
Because it's provided in com expense Miller. It's too
Okay.
small, I need to open this.
And I'm gonna suggest to you, that's actually a gross rate. Do you accept that?
No, I have to verify.
Okay. Let's look briefly at your comparables, please.
Okay,
Page 18. I don't think that picture is 207 Donald, is it?
I
Looks to me
hope
like
so.
it's Ivory Restaurant.
York and Donald. York and Donald. No, it's our property C class. It's 207 Donald.
Okay. And your page 21. That photo, I don't think that's 280, I don't think that's 305 Broadway, is it? That's 280 Broadway, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something wrong here. Photo not showed not correct, but 305 Broadway. It's in Com Mellor building in 1972. Lease from 21 at $13 per square foot.
All right, those are my questions. We can leave it there.
Okay, Mr. Seelan, questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Linklater.
Just one quick question. Ms. Schabel, your brief was model driven, I'm assuming?
Yes, everything model driven.
Okay, so you did not yourself adjust your cap rate.
No,
All right,
it's model generated based on all sales across the city.
all right. Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the 40S property, what's the use of that that generates the exemption?
Tax school exemption. This income expense somewhere I cannot read.
I can help if it's,
Thank you, please.
there's a tenant called Opportunities for Employment.
Okay,
They actually have signage on the building. It's a form of social service agency, and that's why they have a school tax exemption.
all right, thank you for that. Okay, I have no other questions then. So Mr. Newman, you can begin your presentation.
All right, and I'm gonna walk you through my brief on this one. This property gets a little more complicated. So the assessment's $11,360,000. I have done this property since 2020. I have been in the property multiple times. I have been in the property with Jonathan Spatchik, the assessor, who had the property in appeal for both 2020 and 2023. And Mr. Spatchik and I resolved the assessment on this property for each of those earlier cycles at $8,594,000 and $8,668,000. The building is not better at April 1 of 23 than it was at April 1 of 18 or April 1 of 2021. Value should be coming down, not going up. It's built in 1906. I'm not sure why it's a C building as opposed to a D, be that as it may. The model-driven vacancy is 13%, not enough. I'll show you in a moment, the vacancy's been over 20% for years. So on page 3, I then give you the breakdown of the school tax exempt portion and as well the fully taxable portion. You can see for some reason, the model is giving a rent of $10.34 on the school tax exempt portion, but $12.12 on the fully taxable portion. Okay, so the issues are rental rate, vacancy, and cap rate. And I will have rebuttal on this property, by the way. So the 2022 questionnaire is attached. I'll go to that in a moment. The building is comprised almost exclusively of gross or semi-gross leases. Therefore, it's complicated to convert these gross and semi-gross lease rates to net lease rates. And therefore, the simplest way to do this is to look at the performance of the property, what's actually happened. And so attached to your brief is the financial statements and the questionnaires going back 5 years, 2018 through 2022. And what they tell you, if you look at the top of page 5, is the net operating income over those 5 years, adding back all depreciation and mortgage interest. So there's no debt service or depreciation in these amounts. You can see the average, the 5-year average is $390,660. The assessor has gross potential income on the property of combined of in excess of $1.2 million. The property's not achieving that because the property's not achieving the rents the assessor is using. It can't generate $12.12. This is an old and tired building. Again, I've been through it with the prior assessor. Here are some market rents for a variety of buildings. And you can see, and some of these you've heard about before, but you can see that there are rents in the $10.50, $10.82, $11.25, $11.50. There's a variety of rents, and in the end, I end up using $10.50 a square foot, and I'll get to the calculation in a few moments. Vacancy. The assessor is using 13%, standard model vacancy. Here's the historic vacancy history of this property. You can see in 2018, it was 20.05%. Since then, it's never been below 22%. Higher vacancy is necessary. I set the vacancy at 22%. And then I give you a reference to the municipal board decision, 75 Scurfield versus the city assessor, October of 2022. And the board and the decision is attached, but the board essentially said, if you go over on the top of page 6, top of page 7, no prospective purchaser presented with a large vacancy rate over this extended period of time is going to ignore it essentially, and they're not going to pay full value. And I can tell you, and I will show you in a few moments, the listing brochure. This property is continuously marketed by Colliers. So at the end of the day, what the board did in this case is they set the vacancy at 25%. If you look at my page 8, you can see that the board made reference to prior other decisions of the board where they used a couple of decisions with a 30% vacancy, board orders with a 25% vacancy, another board order at 30.96, 2 other board orders at 35%. And so at the end of the day, the board set a rate of 25%. I'm suggesting a 22% vacancy on this property. Non-recoverable expenses. Because all of the leases are gross or semi-gross, typically there's a lot of expenses that are built into the rent. I'm not asking for an additional non-recoverable allowance, but I am going to address with you this in the context of the capitalization rate. Then we come to discuss the capitalization rate. And again, I'm not going to repeat all of this. It's again putting the building in its proper place in the spectrum. This is a big, old, tired building. It has no parking associated with it. It's on Portage. The homeless are surrounding this building all the time. It's got full-time security in the front lobby. Otherwise, people are wandering in. It's a terrible location for an office building like this, and it just has a very difficult time in the market. Let's keep going. Let me jump you ahead to page 19. So again, the Altus analysis, and again, a series of sales. You know, again, none of them are perfect comparables. The 2 Carlton buildings, I would say to you, certainly 155 Carlton, that's the corner of Carlton and York. The northeast corner, East India Company is in that building. Underground parking, high-rise building, 19 stories, walkway connected, adjacent parking at the convention center, underground, 7.48% cap. The 175, 185 Carlton, those are the 5-story buildings immediately to the north, an 8.7 cap. 433 Main, an 8.18% cap. And I recognize the assessors at 7.95%. Again, it's a question of getting it at the right spot. So what Altus ultimately says is a C building should be in the range of 7.75 to 8.25%. A D building is 8.5 to 8.5, 8.5 to 9.5. So what have you got in this building? What are the attributes of this building? Go to page 23. The tenants. Small local. The tenant mix, small local. The location, Portage and Donald, quality of the site. You know, it's a street corner in downtown Winnipeg. Quality of the development, old, tired. Neighborhood demographics, they're bad. It's a very difficult, unsafe area. The covenant of the tenants, they're not going to be high quality covenants. Amenities in the building, it doesn't really have any. It doesn't have parking, it doesn't have a lobby with a security desk. And let's be clear, I make a distinction between security, a security person standing in the front lobby, and a security desk that you can bring deliveries to, like many of the main office buildings have. Doesn't have parking, the mechanical systems are dated, a lot of deferred maintenance in this building. You know, the assessor likes to point to the permits. This building in 20+ years has spent $1,300,000, not a lot of money in a large building like this, not that it's even relevant. I say on my page 25 that this is arguably a D-class building. Therefore, the cap rate should be at the 8.5 range. I talk about GICs, I talk about the unprecedented vacancy in downtown Winnipeg, the deferred maintenance, remote working, downsizing. And going to page 26, it's a 1906 building with an effective age of 1930, 95 years old. It should be a D, not a C. So at the end of the day, I use a rental rate of $10.50, 22% vacancy, $10 shortfall, and then I split it out on page 27 between the fully taxable and the school tax exempt. Let me turn some additional pages. Page 28. There's a view of the building looking slightly from the west and the other side of the street. By the way, you see a Dollar Tree sign on the building. They're gone. Too much theft. Page 29, opportunity for employment sign on the building, as I mentioned earlier. They're the school tax exempt tenant. Page 31 is my calculations of the two income streams. That brings me ultimately to a value totaling $7,210,000 compared to the $11,360,000. Remember what I told you at the outset, 2020 and 2023 were settled in case management at $8,594,000 and $8,668,000. Value is going down, not up. Page 32, the marketing brochure by Colliers. If you look at page 33, you see vacant space being offered, but note it's offered on a gross basis, $21.95 a square foot gross. Then some mapping of various floors in the building. Then at pages starting at 39 and continuing through 51 is the municipal board decision. I've given you the excerpts, the highlights, and the essence of it is don't ignore what's actually going on in the building. Page 52. This is the 2022 statement. And recall I asked the assessor how she got to the $23.61. She says in her brief is the net rate per square foot. And she went looking for something in her brief. She couldn't find it. And she can't because this page is missing from her brief, from the questionnaire she put in. But what this page shows you is the rent revenue, the $1,981,000 that she put into her brief, base rent, gross potential. It's an assumption. If the building is fully occupied 100%, that's the potential rent that could be achieved. If you go down two headings, less vacancy and free rent, what they then do is subtract out the vacancy, and that gets them to the net revenue, which is $1,045,745, not $1,981,000. And I will tell you to be crystal clear that I was right on all this, I took this up with the property manager yesterday, and I'll be filing a rebuttal that will address that further. So then what follows are the financial statements and the rent rolls for the 5 years that are before us. And I'm not going to turn all the pages on that, but I summarize that in my brief when I show you, coming back now to page 5.
Okay.
So I show you the net operating income that the property's actually generated. That's really why the financial statements are there, because of what I'm saying to you is you need to understand what's actually really happening in this property. So, so ultimately, as I told you, I'm seeking a combined value of $7,210,000. As shown on the spreadsheet, which is found at page 31 of my brief. I'm open to questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel.
Let's open page 33 of agent brief.
Yes,
We have a Colliers brochure that Skywalk connected office space for lease. A lease rate $21.95 per square foot gross was posted for lease. Correct? I'm correct, Safor?
sorry, what's the question again?
On page 33, Colliers brochure posted gross lease at $21.95.
Yes,
Let's look if current tenants achieve this lease. If you open page 77, would you agree that gross lease is revenue plus recoveries give us total gross revenue?
What page are you on?
77.
Okay.
and the question again is,
What potential gross lease involved? Rent revenue plus recovery revenue, correct?
no. I don't agree with that, so let's be clear. When Colliers goes to the tenant and says the asking rate is $21.95 a square foot, if I lease that space at $22 a square foot, that's what I will pay. If the structure of my lease also includes a base year, as they do, because they tend to be semi-gross leases, that means in future years, as taxes go up, as operating costs go up, I will pay my proportionate share of the increases in those costs over the base year. But what it also means is that embedded within that $21.95 rate is what the taxes were and what the operating costs were, what all of that was in the year of the lease.
Okay, so this $21, it's what tenants pay for rent and all recoveries to, correct?
Yes, but there's $11 approximately in there by way of taxes and operating costs. So the landlord is getting only $10 or $11.
So let's do small exercise. If you summarize full rent revenue and recovery revenue, full revenue 1.8 million plus 0.2 million recoveries give us 2 million gross revenue. If you divide this gross revenue by leasable area, $106,747, It's giving us roughly $20 per square foot gross rent, correct?
Gross,
Gross rent per square foot.
assuming 100% occupancy.
Yes, but occupancy is another point. So after all this vacancy was involved, now we have net revenue. Clean 1.6 million, divide by same square footage, 106,747 square feet, give us net revenue, net rent, $15.42.
No. And here's why. Because the rent, the gross potential rent, already includes expenses that are not recovered from the tenants. So when I get a lease at $21 a square foot, included in that lease is $10 or $11 of taxes and rent, etc. There's no recovery to me in respect of that base year. That's already embedded in the $21.
It's your opinion. Let's go to page 81.
Not my opinion, it's reality. But page 81?
81. Let's look on last tenants on bottom, unit 300. We already established that net rent over $15 per square foot. And we have a nice net rent presented for us on unit 300 for opportunity for employment. Lease started in 2012, unit 300 at 12,318 square feet. They pay $15.38 per square foot. It's clean net rent, what we already established.
No.
Plus one.
No,
Stop.
no.
I didn't
That's
finish.
gross rent.
No. Keep going. Change code. They pay also. They pay extra 42 cents per square foot for 12,000 square feet. They pay also operation expenses, all utility, $2.59. And they pay taxes on 12,308 square per square foot, 17 cents. So altogether per square foot, they pay extra $3.18. So gross rent for these tenants, $15.38 plus $3.80 give us $18.56. That's around $19 per square foot. What we did establish in our first exercise on page 77. No further questions.
No, but now I'm gonna answer your question, because you just made a speech which is wrong. So here's the answer. The city allows, let's call it a $10 shortfall. You just took the board through the recovery of 42 cents a square foot for hydro, $2.59 a square foot for operating costs, and 17 cents a square foot for taxes. And let's assume, just for sake of discussion, that that's $3.20 in total, those recoveries. But the shortfall is $10. Where's the other $6.80? And the answer is, it's embedded in a rental rate of $15.38. You know better than what you're telling the board. You're misleading the board by what you're
Well,
telling.
let's avoid words like.
1 second. Agent doesn't understand what shortfall $10 per square foot mean. $10 per square foot, 1 second. $10 per square foot of shortfall. It's how much tenants owner should pay for vacant space.
No.
Okay, we're going.
In
No,
our
let's
case-
stop here. Let's stop here. We've gone over this ad nauseum as to whether it's the gross or net. The board will consider it in our deliberations, but let's move onwards.
Okay.
I have rebuttal. When the board has done their questions, I guess.
Yes, yeah, I guess we're at board's question and Mr. Seelan, questions.
Have you inspected the premises?
I have been in these premises 4 different times with different assessors, absolutely up and down this building.
What would you say is the I'll say the inside condition?
It's tired.
Mhm.
And we went into a number of different spaces. Some of the spaces are less tired than others, but the building as a whole is tired. The assessor made reference to a photo showing a skywalk going across, and it's true, it goes across to the arena. Nobody uses it. It is locked full-time because the homeless wander around the walkway system. They try and come through that skywalk into the subject building. The skywalk is of absolutely no use to them. And that's just the way it is. So, but your simple question was, what's the condition? Tired and old.
What's the mechanical like?
It's absolutely not A class. It keeps the building going, it works. But it's not top flight mechanical systems.
That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Miss Linklater. You're muted.
I know, sorry, I have an old phone, so my button is a bit. I just am wondering, Mr. Newman, this property is for sale, correct?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not for sale,
No,
just for lease.
it's for lease continuously, but it's not for sale.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, that's all my questions.
All right. So the building, I believe it was the Somerset building, I think it's called at one point in time.
Yes, that's correct.
It makes no use of the skywalk.
No.
All right. Yeah, okay. I guess I have no other questions then. Okay, the 2018 sale. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, my client foolishly bought the building. And I say that, I don't say it in jest because, in hindsight, what they were thinking, nobody knows for sure. And you can be sure that when it came time to deal with the 2020 assessment, acquiring the building in April, essentially April 1 of 18, the reference date for 2020. This sale became the subject of considerable discussion. And ultimately, our simple answer was they made a very big and bad mistake. And as you can see, ultimately, we settled 2020 at $8,594,000, notwithstanding the almost $11.5 million purchase price. But they bought it in the market. Apparently, they were the only bidder, and that's what I know about it.
Okay. Now on the vacancy, I've heard your presentation on the vacancy. But you're applying equally to the exempt as well as the taxable. Would it apply to the exempt? Because if the agency that generates the exemption no longer uses the space, would that exempt space not go down?
So, yes, if that tenant left, then the exemption would disappear, the building would become fully taxable. It doesn't change the percentage of space in the building that has historically been vacant. Even with that tenant there for a considerable number of years, the space has been over 22% vacant. So from my perspective, I don't think there should be any difference in the vacancy for the exempt space as opposed to the non-exempt or fully taxable space. The exemption just reflects the tax status. It doesn't have anything to do with what's going on in terms of the marketability of the property and the dynamics of the property in the marketplace.
Yeah, I was just thinking out loud on that one. Okay, now your rebuttal.
Mr. Chair, everyone should have their rebuttal. If you look in your OneDrive, you'll see, the document. It's titled Rebuttal 24-3905 2024 1106 AMA.
Okay, I got it.
I'm not hearing.
Just, please just give me a second, thanks.
And Mr. Chair, I've emailed it to the assessor as well.
Okay, we'll just wait to confirm that the assessor has it.
Okay, I have. I open.
Okay. So then on your rebuttal, Mr. Newman.
So when I got the assessor's brief and looked at it, and we talked about this, page 2 had 2 statements that concerned me. One was the suggestion that the net rent is $23.61 a square foot. And the other was the suggestion that the tenant in unit, although it wasn't identified as this way, but the tenant was identified. So we know it's unit 912. That tenant was paying $20 a square foot net. Those statements caused me concern. I therefore reached out to the property manager. Colliers manages this building. I reached out to the property manager, whose name is Kelsey Moore. And I put to her a series of questions, and I asked her to answer those questions by inserting her answers into the email I had sent her. So, so if you go to what was my email to her of yesterday at 10:03 a.m.
Okay.
You'll see there, I ask a series of questions. And first of all, she confirms she's the property manager for the building, and she's got knowledge of the rent roll and the financial statement. I ask her about the assessor's statement in the brief, that the rent revenue is $1,981,000, occupied 83,901, 2361 a square foot. I then sent her a screenshot of the page, part of the page that was missing from the assessor's brief, but we looked at it in my brief, which shows the rent revenue, the gross potential, the $1,981,000, and then 2 items down, the less the vacancy. And I asked her to confirm some things about the format of the financial statements. So below that excerpt from the financial statement, you see a couple of bullets. The first bullet, I asked her, with respect to what is described as base rent gross potential, $1,981,000, is this the actual rent generated, or is it the potential rent that could be generated if the property was 100% occupied? And the answer is, this number includes the rent that is received and the potential rent on all the vacancy. So it's the entire building, assuming 100% occupancy. I then asked her, there then follows in the section that is called recovery revenue, as well, less vacancy and free rent. So that's the section, 2 items below that, less vacancy and free rent. I asked whether it was the intent of that section to account for space vacant and therefore space in respect of which no rent is received. Her answer was yes. Is it also the intent to account for property tax and operating cost recoveries not received because of the vacancy? And the answer was yes. And I'm going to pause just for a moment. And I'd like to think I shouldn't have to do this. The shortfall is about the typical recoveries a landlord gets from a tenant, the taxes, the operating costs, the maintenance, etc. When the space is vacant, the landlord doesn't get those recoveries and has to incur those costs on their own. That's what the shortfall is. So what this is doing is this is recognizing that when you've got vacant space, you've got operating costs, you've got property tax, you've got items that you're not going to recover, and you're subtracting that from the gross potential. My question 3, Is it correct that almost all tenants in the building are semi-gross, which means that included within their annual rental amount is an amount representing their proportionate share of the property taxes and operating costs? And the answer is yes. And to be clear, their annual rental amount, $15.38 for opportunities for employment, for example, it includes their proportionate share of property taxes and operating costs. My question 4, do any tenants actually pay a net rent of $23.61? No. Then I moved on to a different topic, and this is the reference to that tenant, 703460 Manitoba Limited, which I'm telling you is unit 912. And so I say to the assessor, I believe this is unit 912. Yes, it's unit 912. Is the lease semi-gross? And by that I mean, is there an amount on account of taxes and operating costs, which makes up a part of the rental rate? Yes, it's semi-gross with a base year. The intent is that the rental rate captures the base and additional rent. So again, the costs are included into that rate. Is the rental rate $20 net for this tenant? No, it's semi-gross. Can you advise of the operating costs and taxes which are contained within the rental rate of $20 per square foot? They would be approximately $11.32 a square foot, which means that what the landlord is getting from this tenant on a net basis is $8.68 a square foot. So again, we've spent a lot of time here today going round and round on this gross rent concept. Not a hard concept. I'll bite my tongue and say, that's my submission on rebuttal. I'm open for questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel? On the rebuttal.
No question.
Okay, Ms. Linklater.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Seelan.
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's take a break till 1:25 because I suspect that 471 Portage might take us a while.
Actually, it is really simple. Well, believe it or not, it really is. Because the real issue, it's not the rent. My rents are higher than the assessors. The real issue is which space is taxable or education or exempt. The assessors.
Yes, I noticed that there is different areas. Each
Yeah.
party has different areas, so
Yeah,
we'll have a 5-minute break and then come
Thank
back
you.
and do the last two properties. All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to session on 471 Portage is our next property. So Ms. Scheibel, you can go.
File number 24-3913, roll number 130-96135-200. The subject property for 2025 assessment with reference day April 1st, 2023, assessed at 15,017,000. That include 6,811,000 for taxable, 6,709,000 grant, and 1,497,000 institutional exempt. The subject property office building, 9-floor building, original built in 1964, has land area of 91,030 square feet, has a basement area of 19,608 square feet, a leasable area of 145,538 square feet, from gross floor area 152,979 square feet. On page number 2, I look into specific net lease for University of Winnipeg, City of Winnipeg, Aurora Family Therapy Center, in Brander University. His leases showed average $11.18 for 73,801 square feet leased by net. On page number 3, Subject property located in downtown, irregular shape. Facing Balmoral, facing Portridge between Balmoral and Colony. More photo on page number 4. On page number 5, more location. It's zoning multiple use sector. However, I will not repeat myself. I have similar previous cases. On page number 6, I present office comparables. On 1200 Portridge at $11, $10 per square foot, and 996 Portridge. Main floor rent for $20.50, and second floor $19.87 and $20.50. On 294 Portridge, comparables at $20 per square foot, and 305 Broadway at $13 per square foot, give us media of $16.63, average for 21,439 square feet at $14.62, with media of $19.03. It for office space, same type of property, OFC, like subject property, and also presented on page number 6, 2022 reported rental rate for parking structure. So it's we have parking structure unheated on 374 Taché. Stabilizing net operating income per stall per month, they pay will be $132.52. I have a heated structure of 299 Portridge. It will be $128,000.99. I have both heated and unheated of 136 McDermott. I have 100 Kings, unheated 157 Lombard, and 131 Smith. It gives us media of $98.64, media on average, or median $97.71. Let's look specific our income approach. On page number 7, grant area, exemption for grant. We have office space, total 95,288 square feet. Overall, the rent for $8.30. Give us a potential rent of over 791,000 roughly. We apply vacancy loss 13%, like for similar type of properties. Same 3% not recoverable expenses, and shortfall $10 per square foot. Give us net operating income 543,394. For this stream, model generate 8.1%. Give us estimate value of 41 grant exemption, 6,609,000. On page number 8, we have income for parking structure. We have 356 parking stall, monthly net unit rent, dollar per stall, $63. Give us net operating income 669,156 square feet, or 36. Overall capitalization rate for parking structure across the downtown 7%. Give us estimate value taxable $3,845,000. On page number 9, taxable portion of office space of 32,582 square feet was assessed at $10, overall 28 cents. Give us potential rent $335,000 roughly. We apply same vacancy loss to be consistent across the downtown, similar type of property 30%. Expenses $3 per square foot, not recoverable, and shortfall $10 per square foot. This has net operating income $240,260. Overall capitalization rate 8.1%. Give us taxable portion of office space $2,966,000. On page number 10, We have another exemption institution property, area of 17,677 square feet. Overall rent $9.67. Give us potential rent 170,863. We apply same vacancy loss 13%, expenses not recoverable. Keep 3%, head shortfall $10 per square foot. Give us net operating income 121,224. Model generated 8.11%. Give us estimate value of exemption portion 1,497,000. On page 11, summary of streams. It's give us 15,017,000. Keep following on page 15. Income expense mailer provided for us from 18 through 15 to 18. Income expense mail provided for us where separate net operating income. On page 2, give us $11.11. The subject property, actual net rent, very well supported our income approach rent. Let's look at my comparables, how similar. On page 19, we have three floor building, rent between $11 to $10. It's 1,240. I have another set of comparables on page number 20, three floor building. In 960 Portage, they rent between $18 to $20.50. Another rent on page 21, 294 Portage Avenue, rent at $20 per square foot. On page 22, 305 Broadway, rent at $13 per square foot. And on page 23, I posted location of my 2022 reported rental rate for parking structure. We can see 374 Tash Avenue, 299 4th Street. On page 24, 136 McDermott Avenue parking lot, on 100 King Street. On page 25, Lombard Avenue and 131 Smith Street. So our assessment and appeal, it's only value under appeal. So based on evidence in my brief, the April 1st, 2023 market value of subject property is 15,017,000. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, questions, Mr. Newman?
Page 7 of your brief. This is the designated higher education space, correct?
Correct?
This is completely model generated, is that correct?
Correct?
Page 8, the parking structure, completely model generated, correct?
Correct. All three model generated.
All right. But my question is this. Did you simply accept what the model gave you? Or did you go back and review the rent roll and determine who the occupant of each space was as shown in the rent roll?
Yes, how I created on page number 2, I separate all clean net rent for University of Winnipeg, City of Winnipeg, Aurora Family Therapy, Brandon University. The overall rent for 73,801 square feet,
I'm not
$11.11.
I'm not asking about the rent. I'm
I
asking,
reviewed tenant's roll and separate this for us for easy view on page number 2.
And
And we assess $8.30, $10.28, and $9.67. That very well supported by existing net rent.
I
in
think what
subject
he-
property.
If I can interject, I think what he was asking, did you review the rent roll to determine who actually was occupying each space?
I don't care about the rent. I'm not asking about the rent.
I
wanted-
didn't go in deep because I believe that our records up to date.
All right, thank you, thank you. That answers the question. Okay, I'll stop there. Those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Seelan, any questions?
Sure, just to reconfirm, with respect to the streams, the first stream is for the higher education space.
When we open page S7, yeah, it's 41 grand, correct?
Okay, so, okay, that's 41G. The second stream is for parking.
Correct.
The third stream is for office.
Yeah, just office taxable, and we have educational fourth stream.
Okay, and stream 4 is education too.
Yes, it's
Okay.
exempt institutional property 40, correct?
Okay, what's the difference between a higher education and stream 1 and stream 4? Are they're both education?
They both education, but they have different liability. One for grant, one for exemption.
Okay,
It depends of tenants inside, yeah.
it depends on the tenants. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Miss Linklater.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mr. Newman, your presentation, please.
So let me start by just saying the last answer, Mr. Seelan, you were given about the difference between stream 1 and stream 4 is not correct. Stream 4 is exempt space occupied by the city of Winnipeg. It's not education space, it's city of Winnipeg exemption. Now, I'll get to this. And so let me be clear to the panel in terms of where I'm going. The primary issue in this case is that the space allocation to what is higher education, what is exempt, what is taxable office, they're not correct. And that's why I asked the assessor the simple question, did you go to the rent roll and check off who the occupant of each space was and put them onto the appropriate spreadsheet? And she confirmed she didn't. Okay, I did. And that's what I'm going to give you, because that at the end of the day is really the difference. Because actually the rents I'm using are higher than those of the assessor, interestingly enough. So how do I do this in the simplest way possible? Let me start by taking you to page 23.
Okay.
So you see on that page, the original assessment of $15,017,000. And you see my proposed revisions to bring it down to $14,013,000. But equally important is how are those revisions being allocated? You can see that I'm bringing the university space up to $8,029,000. I'm bringing the city exempt space down a little bit to $1,333,000. The taxable office is coming down to $1,326,000, and the parking structure is coming down for a different reason, which I'll address with you. Now let me show you what I did to get there. And the last pages of my brief, pages 31 through 35, are the rent rolls. And it's a good rent roll. It identifies exactly who each tenant is. So what I then did, go to page 28. This is taxable office excluding the city. Just as it says, office taxable excluding city. There's Aurora Family at $10.50. The rest of it is vacant. There is no other office taxable. So that becomes $188,000 of revenue. My rate is $10.43 a square foot. The assessor's rate was $10.27 a square foot. But the real difference is that the assessor had 32,582 square feet. But there aren't 32,582 square feet of taxable office. And I'll show you that because a lot of that space now belongs in the designated higher education. So I use all the assessor's variables, the vacancy, the shortfall, and I use the cap rate. We're not having a cap rate fight on the office building. We're going to talk about parking, but on the office, we're not. So that's the first thing I show you, is that's how I get to the office taxable. Designated higher education. Page 29. I'm at 109,687 square feet. The assessor is at 95,288 square feet. There's a 14,400 square foot difference. I've identified each and every one of the spaces. I've gone through the rent roll, each and every one of the spaces, and by whom they're occupied. I'm telling you, the assessor's rent was $8.30. My rent is $8.56. Everything else is the same. All the other variables are the same. And again, just to be crystal clear, I went back to the rent roll, line by line, tenant by tenant to do this. Next, page 30. City of Winnipeg exempt. Stream 4, Mr. Seelan, as you called it in your conversation with the assessor. The assessor has 17,667 square feet. So do I. The assessor has $170,863 of potential income. I have $8.78. The main difference is the basement space. That's where the real difference is. Because my upper floor rates are actually higher. I'm using $12.50 for the upper floor rates. All my rates are the actual leases in place, except the basement space is gross. And so I'm netting it down to $2. All the other variables are the same. So this is why I say to you, when you take the 17,667 that is clearly occupied by the city of Winnipeg according to the rent roll, page 30, turn back to page 29, 109,687 square feet, clearly occupied by university. Turn back to page 28. Space that is not occupied by the university, that is not occupied by the city of Winnipeg, can either only be vacant or occupied by a taxable tenant. And that's what you find on page 28. So I've accounted for all the space in the building by this process. And I say to you simply, it should be very simple for you to simply track what I have done, because with respect, the assessor has not gone through this process to properly allocate the space. And I hear her that she says she assumed the records were correct. It's disappointing because, and it's not her now, it's a prior assessor. We've had this conversation in a prior cycle. We have fixed the square footage in a prior cycle, but it's not found its way into the records. Okay, so I've got one other thing to talk to you about, and that is the parking lot. So let's go to page 5 of my brief. So here's where I talk about the parking structure. The assessor is using $269,136. This chart that you see here records the gross revenues. This parking lot is managed by InPark. It then records what the owner receives from InPark, which is $292,000. It records the parkade expenses, it records the parkade taxes, and it records what ended up in the owner's hands after it was all said and done. And you can see that the net operating income in those 3 years is pretty crappy. For a simple reason. The world kind of pretty much shut down in 2020 and 2021. But the tax bill kept going. And as I've been doing parking lots, and I've got a group tomorrow and a group next week, what I've come to realize is the interest the city has in these parking lots, both surface and parking structures. And when I say interest, I mean how much the tax bill is. They're making more money out of these things than the owners are. I'm not sure it should be that way, but that's what it is. So the 3-year average would be 36,000, or the 3-year total is 36,000, an average of 12,000. Far below the assessor's net operating income of 269,000. I'm going to use the assessor's net operating income of 269,000. And I must confess, as I sit here and tell you this, I'm scratching my head and saying, why are you doing that, Newman? Because they're not generating that kind of revenue. But what I am doing, and this is now at the top of page 6, is I'm making an adjustment to the capitalization rate. And we're back to the same concept I gave you in the context of 115 Bannatyne. First of all, you can't sell the parking structure on its own because you'd have to do a plan of subdivision. You'd have to create a separate title. So you couldn't sell it even if you wanted to without going through that process. But second of all, these parking structures frequently are necessary to the operation of the building because tenants want parking. So this is one of those, but I'm not telling you it only gets its parking out of the building because the University of Winnipeg is adjacent and it's clearly getting some from there as well. But what I'm telling you is when this property goes to market, somebody's not selling the parking lot at a different capitalization rate than the entirety of the property. The entirety of the property is going to sell on the same basis. And because I am leaving intact the assessor's net operating income of $269,136, which I would say to you is high risk, considering the actual performance, then a boost in the cap rate to 8.1% is more than reasonable. And so that's what I'm asking you to do. And so now I will take you back to page 23. I've told you how I've gotten there. I've showed you how I got there. And so I'm asking for a value of $14,013,000. And I'm asking that it be allocated in the fashion in which I'm showing you. I think for your purposes, you would ultimately take the taxable office and the parking structure, and I think those would be combined. But the city exempt and the designated higher education have to be shown separately. So that's the value I'm asking for, allocated as I am showing you. I am open for questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel?
Yes, please. You analyze current income expense mailer attached to your brief, correct?
Sorry, what's the question?
Do you analyze income expenses mailer attached to your brief?
Yes.
So open page 28. It showed estimation of vacant space in the building. How much is it?
How much is the vacant space on my page 28?
Yes.
Roughly 11,600 square feet.
Net rentable area 18,104 square feet, correct?
Yeah,
Let's open last page of your brief. And just look on end of income expenses Miller 35, vacant space only 11,638 square feet. It's
isn't that what I just said to you?
it's a 7,000 difference, correct?
No,
Between your estimation and posted on
no,
income expense
no,
Miller provided by you.
stop. You took me to page 28. You asked me how much the vacant space was on
Your
page
estimate,
28.
yes,
I asked, I said,
18,000.
Okay,
stop.
could you let him respond, please?
Sorry.
I told you it was approximately 11,600 square feet without putting the calculator to it. Then you took me to page 35 and the vacancy shows 11,638 square feet. What's the
But-
problem?
But I look on your number on page 29. You have tenants, you have net rentable area, 18,104 square feet.
Because that includes the occupied space.
No, it's only vacant space showed.
What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about. Unless you're
Okay,
looking at
tenant
something
vacant.
different than I am. My page 28 shows the rentable area is 18,104 square feet.
Yes. And tenants, oh, I see, sorry, you have Aurora family 6,000. Sorry, no questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Linklater, questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Salin?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, and I have no questions, so, any summation that you wish, Ms. Scheibel?
No, thank you.
Mr. Newman?
Hope it was pretty simple, even though it looked complicated.
Yeah,
I have nothing further.
just took me a long time to fill out the spreadsheet.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Okay, we will move on to our last property, 232 Main Street.
File number 24-3546. Roll number 120-9780-4895. We assess 2025 years at this reference day, April 1st, 2023, at 4,292,000. The subject property office building, three-story building, original built in 1883, effective years built 2010. Land area of subject property 12,128. Land area over 8,000 square feet. Subject property has basement area 7,044 square feet. Gross floor area 29,556 square feet and leasable area 20,334 square feet. The subject property has net lease at $15.67 overall, because you can see that base rent potential plus parking plus storage give us to 218,000. We divide by square footage 13,926. Occupied space give us $15.67. The subject property located in downtown. It's a regular rectangle shape of the land on page number 3. More air photo and street photo on page number 4, 5. On page number 5, you can see main floor, it's retail, it's restaurant, retail space and office space. The second, third floor, historical building, just recently renovated. And I'm glad that the historical was not allowed to demolish. On page number 6, we have zoning M, multiple use section. Intent to encourage the range of uses, size, activities, and building typical to a diverse and vibrant central business district. The build form is also diverse, ranging from high-rise towers at Portage and Main to more intimate scale building along Graham Avenue. Urban design reviews tend to enhance pedestrian comfort and encourage high-quality building form. The subject property on page number 7, I presented rent comparables on 321 McDermott, it's same office of the property, built in 1912, rented 10,000 square feet at $17.37. 239 Portage, rent a building, old building like subject property 1915, rent and $17.40. 2021 Portage Avenue at $18.62. Two leases on 167 Lombard on 5th floor, rent for $16, 9th floor rent for $17.50. And last comparables 213 Notre Dame, last lease for $17.85. So our average around $17.50. Weight average for around 19,000 square feet at $17.25. Okay, on page number 8, with a retail portion of the building of 7,161 square feet. It's look like more. It's first floor, rent for $17.73. Give us potential rent $126,978. For retail portion, main floor retail portion, usually we have vacancy loss of 5% across the city. Downtown retail expenses not recoverable 3% and shortfall $7 per square foot for vacant space. Give us net operating income 114,504. Model generated overall capitalization rate 6.5. Give us estimate value of retail portion 1,762,000. On page number 9, second and third floor of area 13,173 square feet, rented $15.39. Give us potential rent 202,711. For this type of building, office space, we apply across the downtown 14% vacancy loss, expenses not recoverable 3%, and shortfall $8 per square foot. To be consistent with our assessment, that give us net operating income 154,347. Overall, model generated capitalization rate for this portion of income 6.1%. Give estimate value of 2,530,000. On page number 10, summary that we have net operating income together. Please remove dollar sign. 268,851. Overall capitalization rate for property 6.26%. That gives us estimate market value of 4,292,000. On following pages, on pages 13, we have income expense mailer provided to us. It's going through page 18. Let's look on my rent comparables on page 19. First, it's 321 McDermott Avenue, old building 1912, rent 40,000 square feet at $17.37. It's 5-floor building. On page 20, 239 Portage and 221 Portage, it's same building, different address. The rent, it's 2-floor building, rent for $17.40 and $18.62 in 2021. 167 Lombard Avenue on page 21, it's 11-floor building, old building built in 1906, rent in 2012, 22, one $16, another $17.50. On page 22, 213 Notre Dame, 9th floor rent for $17.85. On page 23, I presented income permits to look how building maintained. You can see additional construction for this building was happened in 2017 for 4.5 million. So based on evidence of this report, the market value of subject property at April 1st, 2023 is 4,292,000. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Newman, questions?
So, page 7, your comparables. 321 McDermott, do you know who the tenant is?
I don't show tenants to keep privacy.
Do you know who it is?
I don't have in front of me, but
If I
it's net rent at $17.57.
If I
What's
suggested,
important for me.
if I suggested to you the tenant is Seven Oaks School Division, will that refresh your memory?
But it's still office space.
Still what?
Office space. We're looking for rent similar like subject property. We look office rental space.
And are you positive the rent is $17.37 a square foot net?
Correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
Okay. All these comparables are offices. None of them are retail, correct?
Correct. But I have rent for first floor like subject property 239 Portage at $17.40. So, and our retail portion, $17.73. It's very
Yes, but your retail portion, if you look at page 8, your retail portion, 3 of the spaces are showing it leasing at $23 a square foot.
Overage showed $17.73. In my comparables on first floor, 239 Portage 100 units, $17.40. It's very close.
But that's office space, it's not retail.
But it's main floor. Main floor right now on subject property retail space, but it can be office space. Retail and office space in downtown rent similar.
Okay.
We're using same rental rate.
So, this is a D-class office building, correct?
Correct, and you can see property type of D for all my comparables.
And, page 9, so actually page 8 and page 9, the entirety of the assessment is model generated, correct?
Correct, correct.
Did you give any consideration when you used the model capitalization rate of 6.1% on an OFD office building?
You forget that this building was recently renovated, so that our effective years 2010, just additional renovation, if you open page 23, in 2017, 4.5 million additional construction. In VSS 4.3 million. It's fair. It's a low range of assessment.
So what you've done, Ms. Scheibel, is you've chased the value of the permits to have the value of the property line up with the value of the permits. That's what you've done, isn't it?
According all my 8 property, I showed all permits was taken to see how well maintained building. I am consistent on all my dockets. And we can see in 2017, 4.5 million was put in his property. And we assess 4.3. It's low range of assessment. We cannot go lower.
Ms. Scheibel, please answer my questions and don't continue to talk except to answer my questions. My question is this. When you set and accepted the model capitalization rate of 6.1% on an OFD building on the corner of Main Street and St. Mary's, did you give any consideration to how the market would view a property of that type in that location?
Yes, because by building addition and full renovation of property, we increase effective years built for 2010, effective years built. Now property full renovated, there no any problem with building. When you buy this building, you don't have to put investment in. It's already done. That's why capitalization rate going down, 6.1% for one stream and 6.5% for another. So average
Did you-
6.26% for whole property because it's full renovate.
Did you consider the heritage designation of the building, or did
Yes,
you?
I already mentioned, and I'm glad.
Mr. Chairman, please direct the witness to let me ask my questions.
Okay, yeah, let's not talk over each other, Mr. Newman, and ask your question in full.
Did you know the property was heritage designated?
Yes, I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation.
All right.
This heritage designation prevent demolish of this building and put condominium or something was proposed. I am glad it's designated. It's beautiful building and I've been inside.
Have you been inside?
Yes, because they
Yeah.
have a nice restaurant with live music.
You've been to the restaurant. Have you been upstairs into the office?
No, I didn't inspect it,
Right. All right. Those are my questions. Thank
but
you.
I'm glad it still stands. So
I'm sure
it's
you are.
heritage of our
We're all
city.
glad. The question is at whose cost?
Okay, now let's just move on. Ms. Linklater, any questions?
My question was asked and answered, actually. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Seelan.
Yes, does the model take into account if it's an historical building? Does it?
Yes,
Why?
and also take in an account that it's fully renovated. This that why we increased effective years built to 2010. So model take in account all this information.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I have no questions that haven't been asked and answered, so Mr. Newman.
Perhaps some of you have been to this building. Perhaps some of you have been to this location. It's on the corner, the southwest corner of Main Street and St. Mary's Avenue. There are lots of photos of the property. Adjacent to the property is the former Winnipeg Hotel, boarded up. This property was run down. It was a disaster. And the owner decided to put a lot of money into this building. What the owner put into the building is irrelevant, because sometimes people spend money foolishly. So the question is not what the owner spent, although the assessor seems to put a lot of emphasis on $4,500,000 having been spent. And I use the phrase chasing permits to get to value about that. That's not the issue. The issue is, what would you or I, but more importantly, the market, pay for it? So I'll suggest to you that the location of this building is not a prime office building location. Consistent with what I've said to you earlier, office buildings frequently are in a concentration, they're in a cluster. There are services around them that look after the people in the buildings. This building is a bit of an island again. There's no immediately adjacent services or residential or other office buildings beside it. So buildings are built in the late 1880s. Yes, they're rehabilitated. Yes, they have heritage status. There's photos attached. I've been through the upstairs of the building. I've been into the main floor retail. And like a lot of older buildings, as you walk through the upper floors, there's a bit of a tilt to the floors sometimes. they're not pristine, flat, level straight. They roll a bit, they go up and down a bit. It is certainly not a modern office layout. There are large hallways. You can see all of that in the photos, which I have attached. Large hallways like that, very nice, but not very efficient or useful from an office perspective. And you can see the stairways. Again, I've got lots of photos in that have been taken of the property. Many small offices on the upper floors. So here are the issues. The rent. I'm at page 3 of my brief now. The assessor uses $17.73. None of her comparables are retail rents. And when you look at her comparables, when you look at her workup for the retail space, what's happening is a large space, because of economies of scale under the model of 2,938 square feet, is bringing what is otherwise essentially $23 rates across the board down to $17.73. Where's the retail in downtown Winnipeg these days? How many retail spaces do you see along Main Street, along Portage? There's not a lot of retail left at street level. So what I've done on page 4 is I've gone looking for rents for space along Portage, along Graham, and I don't find $23. I don't find $17, but I'm going to talk to you about what I do find. So 422 Portage, Helene's Bridal Shop. Been there since the 50s. And it's interesting what's happened to it, because the present rent is $5.04, and it does step up. But if you look at the history of the rent, that rent actually used to be much higher, but it's come down. Why? Because retail doesn't want to be on Portage. It's dangerous. Customers don't like going there. So the rent has come down, and this is a merchant who is hanging on. And a landlord who really has no alternate choices has attempted to help in having that tenant hang on. 262 Portage, between Gary and Smith, on the south side. It's where the chocolate shop used to be at one time. It's that block. It's where Dominion News used to be. The average rent on that street front space is $8.12. I've also attached the rent roll for 471 Portage. Because 471 Portage had street front retail. It used to have a Booster Juice and shop on the street front at a rent of $12.50 a square foot. So I'm not finding $23 rents, and the assessor hasn't shown us $23 rents for retail. The assessor has shown us rents for office. So what I've done is I've looked to the rent roll, and I've looked to the fact that there are only 2 tenants in the retail space, and we're going to come to an issue of vacancy. There are only 2 tenants in the retail space. And for those tenants, I'm using the actual rent in place, which is, just let me get to my spreadsheet. The actual rent in place for one tenant is $19, and for the other tenant is $9. And the $19 tenant is the restaurant, and the $9 tenant is the, I'll call it a bar, but it's the music emporium that's been on that corner forever, which really primarily goes along St. Mary's. That rent is $9 for the 2,938 square feet. So I've used the two rents actually in place, and then I've used $14 a square foot on the vacant space. And my spreadsheet in that regard is, as I say, it's page 41. Let me then speak to the office. So the assessor's using an average rent of $15.39. I think that's a bit high. There are a number of tenants in the building. Many of them are gross or semi-gross leases again. Of the 11 rents that are present, 10 of them have a rate of $14 a square foot or lower, with the majority being in the $11 to $13 range. And again, if you look at my page 41, you can see that for the tenants in place, I have used the rent. Sometimes that's 13, sometimes that's 15, sometimes it's 11, sometimes it's 10 or 12. But for all the vacant space, I've used a rate of, forgive me, I've used a rate of $13 a square foot. So what I show you at page 5 is I give you the rent roll for 471 Portage, giving you the rates that are in place in that office building, again on the periphery of downtown. I give you a set of comparables presented by the assessor in the context of 570 Portage. Majority in the $12 to $13 range. I'll show those to you in a moment. 570 Portage is a little bit further west from 471 Portage, but on the south side of the street. It's a property you heard not that long ago, Mr. Harden. And then I show you at the top of page 6, I show you a variety of comparable rents from older buildings located in a general sense in the area. And you see a range of rates, in the high $10 to $14 a square foot range. And so what I end up doing is I use the rents actually in place. One of those rents is a $7 rate. I push that up to 13. So I use the rents in place and I use $13 for all vacant space. And the end result at page 6 is 162,000 of gross potential compared with the 202,000 of the assessor. I'm driven by an average of $12.30 a square foot, and the assessor is at $15.39 a square foot. Then we get to the question of vacancy. This building opened in 2019. I'm on page 7 now. 2 of the units, 226 and 232, are vacant. 38% of the retail. The assessor uses 5%. That vacancy has been there for 4 years, give or take. I'm increasing the vacancy on the retail to 20%. The office vacancy, I'm accepting the 14%. Again, I refer you to the decision of the board, municipal board in 75 Skirfield, where they said essentially you can't ignore what's actually going on the property. And again, they set a rate of 25%. So here, I'm looking for 20% on the retail because it's been 38% empty for 4 years, and accepting the 14% on the office. Then on the capitalization rates. Page 9. The 2023 capitalization rates on this property were 7.25%. Somehow, the assessor believes the market for office in downtown Winnipeg has so improved that the rate on this building should come down by 115 basis points. I don't see it. The rate on this building is lower than the Class A office building, lower than the Class B office building, lower than every single capitalization rate that you have heard about today on these properties, except 100 Portage East, where it's 4.2%. It is the lowest capitalization rate for office that you have heard about. I don't get it. This is a difficult area for an office. Office market is difficult generally in its own right for all the reasons you've heard me repeat many times. So I think the capitalization rate has got to come up. I think similarly, the capitalization rate of 6.5% for retail, street front retail on Main Street in downtown Winnipeg, it's highly risky. 38% vacancy for 4 years. I've only moved the vacancy to 20%. That risk has got to get accounted for to some extent in the capitalization rate. And so what I've done ultimately, and the reasons are detailed. And actually, let me come back and do one thing that I haven't done. Because this is the first property that's mixed use, so to speak, in the sense that it's got retail. If you go to page 22 of my brief, this is where I talk about retail capitalization rates. And I start with some of the brokers and the definitions they use. And in their mind, the best retail properties, the strip mall type properties, are the ones that are grocery store or drugstore anchored. I speak in my brief about the economic climate. I speak about online shopping and the impact it's having on retail. I look at page 26 of my brief. There's the assessor's cap rate charts. And, you know, the assessor has got strip malls at 5.6 to 6.75. But sure, if you've got a grocery anchored or a drugstore anchored or a strip mall in River Heights or in the Tuxedo area or the Charleswood area, maybe. But we're on Main Street at St. Mary. Retail is far, far riskier at that location than it is in other locations. So I'm asking you to increase the capitalization rates on both of these. And if you go back to my page 41, you see my spreadsheets in terms of what I have done. And again, for the vacant space in the retail, $14 a square foot. For the vacant space in the office, $13 a square foot. The one office space that was in at $7, I have brought that up to 13. I have otherwise used the actual rents in place with each of these office tenants. Vacancy is up on the retail to 20%. And again, I think my conclusions, if you look at page 42 and following to 46 is the rent roll for 471 Portage, which we talked about considerably. Page 47 is the assessor comparables for 570 Portage. Generally, they're not at the level the assessor's putting them at here. Page 48 is the comparables of the assessor for a D-class office building at 243 Main. And again, we're not seeing the rates at the high level the assessor has got them at. So ultimately, I'm asking you to set a total value on this property as reflected on page 41 of $2,608,000. I'm open for questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Scheibel?
Yes, please. The subject property has parking lot, correct? How many lots, parking spot?
It's got, I wouldn't call it a parking lot. I would call it a little bit of parking at the back of the building.
How many stalls is there?
I'm thinking perhaps 8 or 9.
Let's open page 49 of your brief.
9.
We're looking for revenue. They have base rent and they have parking rent collected, correct?
Yes,
So, in our assessment, we don't have any stream for parking lot. Just for record, our rent include parking rent as well. If in our assessment, we will be separate parking lot stream, our rent for office space will be much lower. No further questions.
you didn't ask me a question, you made a speech.
Yeah.
But I want to say something in response to your comment. This building owns a lot further along St. Mary's. And so that lot has a separate assessment. And some of that parking rent you see is attributable to that separate lot with a separate assessment along St. Mary's.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Linklater, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Seelan.
I have no questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, summation, Ms. Scheibel.
No, wait, rebuttal.
Oh, you got rebuttal? Okay, we'll do rebuttal then.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to put the rebuttal into your OneDrive. It's called rebuttal 24-3456, 204, 2024, etc. It's uploaded now.
And what about me?
I'm going to send it to you right now.
I'm good.
Do you have it, Ms. Scheibel?
Yes. But we
Okay,
talk in this rebuttal, we're talking about 321 McDermott. It's not subject property.
well, it's one of your comparables, so it is properly rebuttal. Okay, Mr. Newman, on your rebuttal.
Thank you. So look, I work hard to try and get all the information. I don't have access to all the information the assessor does. But when I see some of these rents that are stated to be net rents, it bothers me because having done this for 35 years, I know that a lot of these poorer quality buildings are not in the normal course getting $17 and $18 and $19 a square foot net rent. And so I looked at the comparables on this property and saw 321 McDermott, searched it online, and lo and behold, there was the agent who leases the property, who I happen to know. So I reached out to him, and his name is Lauren Weiss, and he's at Century 21 Backman. And I asked him about the rent in the space. He told me this is Seven Oaks School Division. I then did a Google search of Seven Oaks School Division, and you see an excerpt from their website about the school they operate in this building. It's a community-based school called the Exchange Met School Arts and Technology, MCAT as they call it, at 321 McDermott. And so like I did on 294 Portage, I sent Mr. Weiss an email. And I asked him some questions. And if you turn along to the questions are numbered 1 through 6. I asked him about this space on the basis that he was the agent who leased the space to the school division. I asked him, is the net rent $17.37 a square foot? He said no. If it is not, is it a gross or semi-gross? He said it's a gross with a base year of 2021. In your opinion, as the agent who did the deal, what is the net rent for the space? $9.50. I asked him if he leases space with frequency in the Exchange District, and in his experience, would net rents in the $17 range be achieved? He said no. He said, do rents tend to be gross or semi-gross? And if so, what are common rates? He said gross rates range from $14 to $20, dependent on location and condition. And the only reason I brought this forward is, as I said to you a couple of moments ago, I'm just bothered by some of these rates because they don't accord with my experience and knowledge of the marketplace at large for older buildings of this type. So that's my rebuttal. I'm open to questions on it, and then I do want a brief summation.
Okay. On the rebuttal, Ms. Scheibel.
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Seelan,
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Linklater.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, now summation, Ms. Scheibel.
Our job here today is to analyze the market evidence and determine the best conclusion of the market value. The subject property was fully renovated with addition built that was spent 4.5 million. Our assessment only 4.3 million. It shows that our assessment on low range of value for April 1st, 2023. That based on all this evidence, I'm asking to confirm our assessment of April 1st, 2003 market value of $4,292,000. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Newman.
You know, I've listened to assessors for a lot of years say somebody spent X dollars on it, therefore it's got to be worth that, which is what the assessor has just said. The problem is people sometimes go and do things and they don't turn out the way they hope. So here's a property that this gentleman put a lot of money into and a lot of sweat, and it's not working. It's got significant vacancy in the office. It's got significant vacancy in the retail, and it's had it since the word go. Why? Because it's not the best location for some of what people are trying to do there. Why haven't these other retail spaces filled? Because retailers don't want to be on Main Street at St. Mary's. So it's all well and good to say, I've looked at the market, but you've got to look at the specific building in the context of the market. And that brings me back to something I've said to you a couple of times this morning and into the afternoon. You've got to put the building in its proper place in the spectrum of investments, properly weighing and assigning the risk, considering the attributes of the property. So that's what I say to you. And as I said to you a little bit earlier, one of the things I do to help organize myself is I chart all the cap rates when I have a large docket like this. And so, you know, I've got the chart of cap rates for all these different buildings. And, you know, they go from the low of 4.2% on the office premises associated and adjacent to the baseball stadium to a high of 8.1% for 471 Portage to then 6.1% for this retail space here or office space rather on Main Street. And I just don't get it. I don't know what the model does to arrive at these numbers. And I think one of the problems is that the city methodology for calculating capitalization rates is to use model rents. So the whole thing becomes model. It becomes artificial to some extent. So that's what I have to say to you. Thanks for your patience. It's been a long day. And I'm going home because I gotta come back tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Scheibel and Mr. Newman for your presentations today. We've now heard all properties on this agenda, and so the hearing is now closed. And for you, Mr. Newman, I do have a hearing tomorrow morning, so we may see each other again.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Scheibel, and thank you, Mr. Newman.
Thank you,
Thank you, and
everyone.
good afternoon to all.
Okay, and we'll just take a short break and then we'll come back and do our deliberations.
I'll take us off, I guess, sir.
Thank you for your hospitality.
You're very welcome. It was nice to meet you.